Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the Monistic Idealism channel. I'm here with my friend Kyle Friesen, and we're very honored to have Bernardo Kastrup back on the channel for an interview. Welcome, Bernardo.
Thanks for having me. Pleasure to be here as usual.
Awesome. Excellent. And quickly for those, if you don't know who Bernardo is, he is just very quick. He has got to be the leading contemporary idealist around. So if you're interested in idealism and philosophy of mind, please check him out. So anyway, we can just jump right into the first question. So the first
Sure.
question I have for you, Bernardo, is is the question of why valid? Some thinkers have thought that as long as we have the how, we do not need to ask why something happens.
I think it is a valid question. Certainly, it is a valid question in the human world. We are creatures driven by meaning, by reasons, by motivations. It's definitely a valid question to ask why. Atrocious things have been done in the history of humanity. It is a very appropriate question for us to ask why they happen, why the people behind them allowed or even caused them to happen. It's an entirely appropriate question. For a broader perspective on nature, however, even though the question is still appropriate because it's a question, it doesn't imply a specific answer, and the question is always appropriate. But sometimes we ask it in a sense that seems to inadvertently anthropomorphize nature. We ask the question of why to nature, sometimes as if nature were to have human motivations. And that's an anthropomorphization. It's projecting the way the human mind works towards the mind of nature. Even if nature is a mind, and as you guys know, I think that that's what nature is. Nature is a mind, and we are dissociated segments of it. Even in that case, sometimes we anthropomorphize too much by asking the question why to the mind of nature, because it may operate in a way that is fairly different from the way human minds operate, since human minds had to evolve in the context of a limited planetary ecosystem and had to evolve means to respond to environmental challenges and opportunities in a manner that the mind of nature as a whole never had to. So there is a danger in asking the question why. For instance, if you ask to an analytic idealist like me, why did nature dissociate? Which is the same question as why did the life arise in nature? Um, there is a risk that we are anthropomorphizing too much. Nature doesn't necessarily have a premeditating, deliberate, plan-making mind like humans have. So life may have arisen not for any human type of reason, like a step in a structured plan to achieving a defined goal that has been anticipated. It may not operate like that. It may be a very spontaneous mind, and instinctive in some sense, or perhaps not. When I say spontaneous and instinctive, I don't mean by it that it's not intelligent. What I mean by it is that it's not necessarily metacognitive like we are, and therefore not capable of making elaborate plans and anticipating outcomes. So there is a risk, but the question is valid.
That's an excellent question. And but before Kyle answers his question, I'll just quickly say it almost reminds me of what some surrealist artists will say, because they will make a painting, but if you ask like Salvador Dali, well, why? Or what does this mean? He just says, I just made it. It just happens just sort of automatically, organically. I just made it. He wouldn't really be able to tell you why he did it. Maybe he would say, maybe there is a why, but I don't know. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. I don't know. So.
Even to the human mind itself, if you go deep into the lower most fundamental levels of the human mind, it too operates in ways that are difficult for us to identify reasons in. It doesn't mean that it doesn't have reasons. It doesn't mean that it doesn't have a why, but that why may be so distinct, so incommensurable with the conceptual armor and dictionary of human beings that it's impossible for us to cognize it. So it looks like there is no reason. It looks like there is no why. But there is one. It's just that it's one we cannot cognize. So it looks to us like there is no why.
Exactly. I think that's a great point to make. Okay, Kyle, I believe you got a question now.
Yeah, so we're going to be jumping into philosophy of mind now, specifically towards opinions on the meta problem. So the meta problem in consciousness lately is for those who see it as there is really no hard problem. Um, so I think you've mentioned this online before that maybe you don't see it as a hard problem. So basically what people would say if there's no hard problem, they say it's the meta problem is a series of easy problems. And if you answer those easy problems will dissolve the hard problem. So
This is a tricky one. There is a real meta problem in the sense that, curiously, there is a minority of people who do understand what physicalism is and entails and what idealism is and entails. They do understand all that, and yet they do not recognize the hard problem. The hard problem is the following. There is nothing about physical parameters or properties in terms of which we could deduce the qualities of experience in principle. In practice, we can deduce those qualities just by looking at the correlations between brain activity and experience. We don't understand we don't understand how one leads to the other and if it does that at all. But if we see enough correlations, we start being able to deduce the link between the two in practice, but not in principle. There is nothing about mass, charge, spin, momentum, geometrical relationships, frequencies, and amplitudes, in terms of which we could logically deduce that those amplitudes and frequencies correspond to the color blue or to the feeling of heartbreak. The bridge is logically arbitrary, and there is a reason for that I can elaborate on later if you guys ask. But that's the hard problem. Now, curiously, some people do not see it. Some people who do understand the things involved do not see the hard problem. And that's curious. It's like a blind spot in one's mind that is very curious. Now, I think most of the people that do not see the hard problem do not see it because they actually don't understand what physicalism implies and entails. They just do not understand what the hard problem is. So they don't see it because they don't understand it. That's not a meta problem. That's just short-sightedness. That's just ignorance. It's not a meta problem. There is a meta problem, but I think it's much less widespread than people think. Let me give you an example. A lot of educated people out there who are not philosophers and haven't spent time thinking about this, they make the following assumptions, or they have the following unexamined understanding of physicalism. They think that according to physicalism, our thoughts and our emotions are in here, inside our heads. But that the colors we see, the flavors we taste, the melodies we hear, they are really out there, according to materialism. Perceptual experience and its qualities is really out there, according to materialism, they think. And it's only thoughts and emotions and endogenous experiences that are in here. Well, no, that's not materialism. Materialism would also say the colors you see are not up there. They are in here. They are qualities, experiential qualities, and thus they are generated by your brain inside your skull. So are the flavors, so are the melodies, the textures, the smells. There is nothing out there that can be visualized. Out there is just pure abstraction. So you need to understand this in order to understand the hard problem, because the hard problem is precisely how you go from those pure abstractions into the actual qualities of experience. So if you think that there are real qualities out there, you cannot understand the hard problem. You will be blind to it. But that's just a misunderstanding of materialism. There is no version of materialism that can be internally consistent, saying that there are fundamental qualities out there and derivative qualities in here. This divide is completely arbitrary. Either qualities are fundamental everywhere, or they are all derivative and they are all inside your head. It's one or the other. But most people who casually would refer to themselves as physicalists do not understand this. And it's surprising. Even people with doctorates in computer science or people close to me, they fall for this. It's quite interesting. So there is a meta problem, but it's not widespread. It's quite limited. And it's a psychological problem, not a philosophical problem.
Okay, perfect. So, and you know what's interesting? This actually ties right into this next question quite well, in particular with the first part of your answer there. So there's what's called the phenomenal concept strategy, as you know. Sometimes they call it the phenomenal cope strategy. It's in which they hold that there's only an epistemic, but not an ontological gap between physics and subjective experience. So what would be your response to the phenomenal concept strategy?
When one is facing a inevitable conceptual contradiction within a system of thought, but one is emotionally committed to that system of thought, what one does is to start using convoluted conceptual indirections and strategies to cast doubt on the obviousness of that contradiction. And then things like illusionism, eliminativism, and appeals to the epistemic ontic distinction arise. They are desperate torches attempts to deny obvious contradictions in a certain system of thought, as opposed to backtracking and find the assumption that led us astray to begin with. And people do that when they are emotionally committed and even socially committed to a certain perspective. That has happened throughout history. Our time is no exception to that. Look, ultimately, it is a fact that ultimately all we have to construct an ontology is our epistemology. It's all we have. And this is acknowledged as a limitation of human beings. We do not have direct access to reality as it is. We are cooped up in our models of reality, in our theory making, our hypotheses, our conceptual armor, and so forth. So yes, there is a distinction there, and there is a gap, and that gap can be appealed to if one is determined to avoid the natural conclusions of reasoning and evidence. If you really want to stick to something that doesn't hold any water, you can always appeal to that and say, well, you know, your argument is excellent, but it's epistemic, and ontology may be different from our knowledge of the world, you know, different from our epistemology. Yes, congratulations, that's always the case. So you can always appeal to this, but that's not the game. The game is having acknowledged the limitations of epistemology, the limitations of what we can know. The game is to come up with the most plausible, the most viable model of nature, model of ontology, model of reality as it is in itself. And sometimes we have good reasons to rule out some hypotheses. But if some people do not want to rule out those hypotheses, then they will always point to that gap between our knowledge of nature and nature as it is in itself, in order to say, well, but there is still a possibility that I am right. Well, there is, but you see, there is a possibility that there is a flying spaghetti monster moving the planets around their orbits. I cannot refute that categorically, because there may be higher dimensions, and the spaghetti monster is hiding under higher dimensions, and it's using its noodly appendages to move the planets around the sun because of some gravity leak across the dimensions, which is theoretically consistent. And the evidence is consistent with the hypothesis. The planets do move around the sun. So look, the game is never what hypothesis could in principle be true. The flying spaghetti monster could be true. It could be true that there is a teapot in the orbit of Saturn because aliens stole it from an old lady's living room in the 19th century. On their way home, they got bored of the teapot and dumped it, and it got caught in the gravity well of Saturn. So most silly hypotheses, if not all, cannot be categorically ruled out. You can always come up with a implausible, inflationary, convoluted story to justify them. One of these convoluted stories being the gap between epistemology and ontology. We can always do that. we don't seriously entertain most of these silly hypotheses because we do think that there is some valid structure to reason and evidence, despite the epistemology ontology gap. And that's what guides us to more plausible alternatives, or that's what guides us to not take seriously silly alternatives that can actually not be ruled out definitively. That's the game. How can we be less wrong? How can we increase the confidence of our theorizing? How can we get closer to truth? And the criteria for that are very clear, and they apply regardless of the epistemology ontology gap.
Yeah, precisely. And I think that's why I like to call it a cope sometimes, because it's this retreat. You know, we don't have like the digestive concept strategy or something like that. And they maybe say, well, that's because we can reduce digestion. And I go, exactly. If you could reduce consciousness, you wouldn't have this concept strategy. It would just be like everything else that you reduce. So I
Yeah.
just think it's a very ironic. So yeah, so go ahead, Kyle. You have another good question here.
I was going to say a lot of those things are going to be brought up in after this one because a lot of illusionists lately and eliminativists are doing that exactly. They're bringing about modus tollens and other logical fallacies. But anyways, we'll get to that in a second. Um, the next one is just David Pearce. So he's a British idealist philosopher. He calls this view non-materialist physicalism, but it's idealism. He thinks that so one of the things with cosmopsychism and analytic idealism, etc., is you get a cosmic mind at the end of it. It's a logical endpoint. But he says he's expressed some concerns that decoherence threatens the unified cosmic mind. So just quickly, I know you know what decoherence is, but some of our listeners probably don't. It's basically a view that can be viewed as the loss of information from a system into the environment. So often modeled as like a heat bath or something they would call it. So since every system is loosely coupled with its energetic state of its surroundings, so if it's viewed in isolation, the system's dynamics are non-unitary, and although they're combined, system plus the environment evolves in a unitary fashion, it uses its information. Anyway, it's a little more than that, but yeah.
Okay. Decoherence is a merely operational notion. It is not a fundamental notion. So what is decoherence? When you have a quantum system in a superposition, that's a coherent system, let's call it that way. It's in a superposition. It's not in a defined classical state. It's in a superposition of possible states. That's what characterizes a pure quantum system. Usually they are microscopic. When you make a measurement on that system, we say that it collapses. Collapse is another operational concept. It may not be a fundamental thing. There may be no collapse at all, but operationally, things happen as if there were a collapse, because instead of a superposition of possible outcomes, now we have a defined, measured outcome. And that happens when a pure quantum system in a superposition interacts with the classical environment, like the measurement probe. And then the information that was contained in the superposition, because of that interaction with the classical environment around it, leaks into the environment and becomes inaccessible. Now, this is an important point. It becomes inaccessible. It doesn't disappear. The information didn't fundamentally evaporate. It has become inaccessible because it now is diluted in a much bigger classical environment. It's like dropping a little drop of black ink in the ocean. It doesn't disappear. It's all still there, but it's diluted and you no longer can see it. It becomes unrecognizable. So the information, quote, loss in decoherence is not necessarily a loss. It depends on how you interpret decoherence. But you know, if you approach it in the most rigorous way possible, you cannot speak of a loss. You have to speak of that information becoming inaccessible. We can go into the math of it, and you see that what I'm saying holds water. It becomes inaccessible. So I don't think decoherence is an argument against the possibility of a cosmic mind. Moreover, even if it were, even if there were a real loss of information because of decoherence, for you to construe that as an argument against the cosmic mind would require the assumption that any mind has to be unitary. And that's an assumption too. What defines a mind is the experiential nature of its contents. In other words, a mind is something that is subjective. It is something that there is something it is like to be a mind. Its subjectivity is what defines it, not the inability to describe that mind as constituted of mental segments. And that's what decoherence would imply, that you could make partial descriptions of segments of that mind if there is real decoherence in the sense of loss of information. And then in one, you would say, well, that's incompatible with the nature of a mind. Well, I would argue against that too. So that would be the second line of argument against this hypothesis that decoherence rules out a cosmic mind. You can have a mind that is not in a complete superposition. We call it a dissociated mind. And we know such things exist. Human beings can become dissociated. We are dissociated all the time. Every time you don't remember something, you are dissociated. And you can characterize these two sides of dissociation independently of one another. In other words, they don't need to be in a perfect superposition. So that would be the second argument. Now, a broader comment now, not necessarily an argument against this, but more generally speaking, information, pardon my English, information is a bitch. It's a very difficult concept in physics and information theory and mathematics. It's in some sense similar, well, it's very similar and related to the second law of thermodynamics. That is one of the most precarious ideas in physics. We can't even define it in a rigorous enough way, and yet it seems to be there. So when we speak of whether information is there or not, what we almost always mean by it is whether we can access the information or not. And that's different from whether there is information there or not. In the context of the second law of thermodynamics, if you have a cup of coffee and a cup of milk, you say, well, I discern the information there. One cup is black, the other cup is white. So there is a difference between the two states, and therefore there is information. But if I mix the two cups in a third, now I lost that information, because now there is only brown, there is only one state. There aren't two discernible states anymore. So information has been lost. No, we cannot access that information anymore. But if I were a microscopic Maxwell demon, and I could dive into the cup with the mixed tea and coffee and start like a skier going downhill on a slalom, defining a boundary between every molecule of coffee and every molecule of milk in such a way that to my left, there is a molecule of coffee, and to my right, there is a molecule of milk. And I would slalom down the entire cup in 3 dimensions, defining that boundary. I would have the two states. There would be coffee to one side and milk to the other. At a microscopic level, the information is still there, but we can't access it. So appeals to information, and especially to the disappearance of information, are pretty precarious because they are based on assumptions that do not have a rigorous formulation, let alone a rigorous substantiation.
You know, I really appreciate, I mean, obviously all the points you made there, but especially about the lack of imagination that the critics have, where you point out how there's different ways to look at the fundamentality of mind. It doesn't have to be unitary. And it's just ironic because if you point out to the materialist that, well, hey, science isn't able to figure out consciousness like you guys think it can, And they say, oh, well, that's just a lack of imagination on your part. You know, you're concluding it too quickly. But here they are doing that to idealism. So just kind of a double standard on their part. So this one is kind of a two-parter. So as I'm sure you know, there was this big letter. There's 124 people saying that integrated information theory is pseudoscience. So I guess I wanted to know what you think about that, and also what you think about how the leading eliminativist and illusionist just so happened to also be on that list. So I was wondering if you had any thoughts on those two things.
I have extensive thoughts on those two things. I don't know how long you guys want to
Please,
stay
by
here
all means,
today.
go off, King.
I happened to have been with Giulio when that letter came out. Giulio Tononi. I was with him when that, and plus a bunch of other people involved in integrated information theory. We were all cooped up together in a tiny island in a Venice lagoon at the end of a week of intense discussions there. And then on a Friday, or was it on a Saturday? I think the letter came out on a Friday evening, and we sort of took notice of it and started talking about it on a Friday, on a Saturday. I can give you an anecdote. Giulio's reaction to that was of a class and a maturity that I didn't think possible for human beings. He was not dismissive. I, I would have to have shot a video and show it to you for you to understand what I mean. He was not fazed. Let me comment first on not on the substance of the science involved, but on the act of writing an open letter and uploading it to the Sci archive. This is not how scientists communicate to one another. Scientists don't write open letters to other scientists. Scientists write open letters to government or to the population at large. But when a scientist is talking to another scientist, the means to communicate is peer-reviewed academic papers. That's how the thing is done. So it was already alarming from the get-go, that letter, because of the very form it took, an open letter uploaded to the archive. That was a activist move, not a scientific move, if you know what I mean. It came across to me as the immature action of people who would like to have more visibility than they have. And instead of trying to get that visibility through the merits of their science, they wrote an open letter and uploaded it to the Sci archive. And that will now get hundreds, if not thousands of citations, and it will improve their citation index a lot. I think you do that when you feel frustrated because you're not succeeding according to the practice of science. There is no theory out there, no theory of the contents of consciousness, as opposed to theory of consciousness. That's how I prefer to characterize IIT. There is no theory out there that has the same theoretical foundations, the same mathematical instrumentation and elaboration, the same rigor that IIT has. Everything else is kind of hand-waving, vague, difficult to even formulate a test to try to falsify it. Now, IIT has difficulties in formulating tests as well, because it's difficult to formulate tests for any theories of the contents of consciousness, given our ability to only very coarsely measure brain states. To verify or falsify a theory, we would need to have a much higher resolution, both in time and in space, of our ability to measure brain states. And not only a few brain states, you'd have to measure brain states of an entire region of the brain or across regions of the brain to verify or falsify those theories. So there are very practical difficulties associated with coming up with those tests. But given this factor, which applies to all the theories, IIT has gone, I think, the furthest in approaching a sort of falsifiability. IIT, for instance, has predicted that because of the topology of neuronal interconnects on the parietal lobes on the sides of the brain, um, IIT has predicted they would be more associated with conscious experience than the prefrontal cortex, which is where everybody else thinks consciousness should be. And experiments have borne it out. That was correct. Now, we would like to have more refined tests, but then we have these practical limitations that apply to everybody. So I think that open letter, the very form that it had, was not the way science is done. That's activism, a kind of political activism. That's what you do when you're losing the game on the level play field of science, but you're a sore loser, so you want to get visibility some other way. I think content-wise, the letter had no scientific content. It was, I think, if I remember correctly, it was 4 or 5 paragraphs written like, you know, a butthurt teenager who had his ice cream stolen and got angry. Accusations of pseudoscience that were not substantiated at all. Why is it pseudoscience? Well, that was not articulated at all in that letter. So I looked down at it, and I had a good look at the people who wrote it. There was a Dutch person involved there who I had dealings with in the past. I paid very much attention to the names in there, because I think that speaks to one's ethics and scientific integrity. And how that speaks to scientific integrity, I think I was clear enough in what I said before. But I think we should all take notice of that letter and who is behind that letter. I think it's a desperate attempt to get visibility in face of another theory that, for very good scientific reasons, is getting more and more traction. Now, I don't think IIT is a materialist theory of consciousness. I think it is a philosophically or metaphysically neutral theory of the contents of consciousness and how they come together to form the unitary conscious experience of a human being. And in that sense, I think it's the most promising theory we have. I don't see anything else anywhere near the level of refinement and theoretical instrumentation behind IIT today. And I can tell you from personal experience that there are a lot of people in the core group of IIT, I was with them for a week, who do not necessarily make materialist assumptions about the nature of consciousness. And I think this is what triggered the people writing that letters next to, the usual motivation to get visibility, by whatever means. I think some of the signatories of that letter, like Daniel Dennett and Patricia Churchland, they have now realized that Giulio and Christoph and other people involved in IIT, they are very careful in the way they choose words in their papers. For instance, if you look at Giulio's paper on free will, which is available for free on the Sci archive, he is extraordinarily careful in how he chooses his words to avoid unthought through metaphysical assumptions. You will notice it if you read it. To read that paper correctly, you have to see not only what he wrote, but what he is going out of his way not to write, what he's going out of his way not to say, because he doesn't have scientific grounds to say it, whichever way it goes. And that strive for metaphysical neutrality, which is like top science, that's how top scientists act. They say only that which they have a basis to say. And what they do not have a basis to say, they do not say, even if it is an idea that is endorsed by the majority of the community. If you don't have a good objective basis to say it, you don't say it. And Julie has been very careful to not say certain things. And I think that got noticed. And the bishops of the Church of Materialism have noticed that and consider that heresy. Why would you go out of your way to not make a unexamined materialist statement in the context of a objective scientific approach to the contents of experience? They think that's heresy. You should unthoughtfully make that statement because it's a dogma. We should all just adopt the dogma. And when you have good, thoughtful, responsible, rigorous scientists who are doing just science and want to avoid the metaphysical dogmas, that is seen as a betrayal, and therefore they should be excommunicated. They should be excommunicated. They should be, taken out of our secret society here because they are going out of their way to not endorse the dogma, and then a letter, and then pseudoscience accusations, and all that nonsense. I think that was a travesty to science, that letter. I think that is a textbook example of what not to do in scientific discourse. And I think those people, for good reason, will face difficulties in their career going forward.
See, I love the comment you made there about how this is not science, this is activism. I think that's 100% accurate. I think it's very manipulative. And another point I want to make too about the motivations. One of the signers, I interacted with them on Twitter, and they made this slip. They pointed out how funding, they were concerned about funding and how much money the IIT people were getting. And so they noted, well, if we can kind of get that shut down, now we'll get some funding, or at least it kind of increases the odds that they'll get funding. And
There you go.
another point that was brought up too, I'll read this quote from it. It's very short. They say, given its panpsychist commitments, until the theory as a whole, not just handpicked auxiliary components trivially shared by many others, or already known to be true, is empirically testable, we feel the pseudoscience label should indeed apply. And I think this is stupid because if you change the word panpsychist commitments to materialist commitments, then their exact same point applies to them. So I just want to say to the people who signed this paper, you guys are all full of shit. I'll just say it. Like, if you don't apply this standard to yourself, you're an absolute hypocrite and you're greedy. You're probably motivated by materialistic motivations to get money, and you're just wrong. So I appreciate you know, Giulio Tonini. I appreciate him being, mature about this and respectable about this, but I got that Roman blood, so I'm gonna be a little bit more harsh about
You
it.
know, you can have a participant in IIT have panpsychist commitment because scientists, they are not doing metaphysics, they are doing science. But at the end of the day, they are also humans, they are also interacting with the world. And it's valid that they have a philosophical perspective into the world as people, not as scientists. And Christoph Koch, he wrote a book some years ago in which he expressed some panpsychist opinions. That doesn't detract from the rigor of the science he makes. That was a popular book written for you and me, not a neuroscience book necessarily, not an academic book. And that's perfectly okay. But if you look at IIT as a theory, I don't think it has fundamental panpsychist commitments. The way IIT goes about things, it starts from observation. We observe that we have experience. We observe that our experience correlates with certain patterns of brain activity. Both are observations, not inferences, not the outcome of theorizing. They are observational facts. We have experience. We observe it all the time. And we have brain activity, and that brain activity correlates with experience. So these are givens. IIT starts from this and then tries to build a map between the reported qualities of experience and the particular patterns of brain activity that are correlated with that experience. Building this map is not a metaphysical commitment to panpsychism. It's an admission that brain activity correlates with experience, which is an observation. And the whole idea of IIT is to build this map by honoring the properties of both sides, the properties of measurable brain activity and the introspective properties of experience as reported. Both are facts, and IIT is trying to build a transfer function, ideally a bijective transfer function, a map, a bridge between the two, so that in the future, given one, we can infer the other. And that's extraordinarily important. And it doesn't have a panpsychist commitment any more that an admission that we experience is a panpsychist commitment, you see? But the people involved as human beings, as thoughtful human beings, may have their metaphysical views. Julius certainly has some very, how to say, very modest metaphysical views. In other words, he goes as far as he feels comfortable into metaphysics, and that's not very far at all. They're very conservative, very cautious, very careful metaphysical opinions, but none of that, I think, detracts from IIT as a scientific theory, because the way the theory is developed, I believe, is based on everything I have seen, is fairly metaphysically neutral, because it's based on two observations, introspective observations and measurements of brain activity.
I love the way this is all flowing, because that actually ties into the other part of this question here that we had about how maybe I'm getting ahead of myself actually about how IIT plays into analytic idealism, but I'll save that for another question. Actually, that's down the road. Okay, I'm getting a little too excited here. So the next question is so Daniel Dennett has what he refers to as traps, which are mentioned in his book Consciousness Explained, where he tries to show that we are making these mistakes. And the reason for this is that the reason we're realists about consciousness in the first place is because we're falling into these traps. And if you know what these traps are already, you can just go ahead and answer. But if you want an example, Kyle has a good example of a trap.
Maybe for the audience, and it gives me more substance as well.
Sure, good idea. Yeah, you're right. Go ahead, Kyle.
Okay, and this is all good too, because now we're invading the people's castle, you could say, after the stuff they said about IIT. But okay, so there's a bunch of assumptions the illusionists and eliminativists make, and I've done a few weeks worth of studying into their stuff. But one of their attacks is that we follow something called folk psychology. So we think, we're conscious because we're immersed in it. And a thought experiment so that people kind of understand this is, let's say there's a caveman 1,000,000 years ago, and he's near some wood, and there's a lightning strike onto the wood, and he sees this reaction, whatever happens, and there's some fire on the log, and he says to himself, there must be some kind of fire demon eating the wood, and he's, I don't know, maybe pooping out fire or something. And that's what's happening. Anyway, so a flood happens, a big ice age occurs, and then a scientist finds the caveman 1,000,000 years later, thaws him, and then he wakes up and says, what your stories were, and then he explained fire, and the scientist laughs and says, oh, no, there's no ghost eating the fire. It's just a chemical reaction and things and so forth like that. And the caveman says, well, that makes a lot of sense. Why would I have to believe in this kind of ghost when it's just a chemical reaction that's eating the fire, and then it explains everything? And a lot of illusionists like Keith Frankish and Daniel Dennett mentioned this too. We just don't know enough now, and we posit the mind exists, but it really doesn't. It's just chemicals. And yeah, yeah.
Okay, so this is one type of trap. This is the trap of the account of consciousness. The point that this thought exercise makes, it's a valid point, but it's not the point that they think it makes, or they peddle it to make. The point it makes is that our account of experience may be wrong, not that experience doesn't exist. The caveman also experienced the fire. He had a wrong account of that experience, but the wrong account doesn't make the experience inexistent. he experienced the fire, even though he had the wrong account of it, you see? So to argue that our account of our experiences are probably wrong does not imply that our experiences do not exist. And that's the logical fallacy. You defeated the account of experience and you're trying to sell it as if you had refuted experience itself. No, you only refuted the validity of an account, or you raised questions about the possible invalidity of an account. There is another type of trap, which is experience is not what we think it is. That's a valid point, but it also doesn't mean that experience doesn't exist. And an example that Dennett uses is impressionist painting. In impressionist painting, when you want to paint a crowd of people in the distance, you paint little colorful dots. You're not painting people at all. There is hardly any recognizable anatomy. It's just very strategically placed tiny dots of painting. And when you look at it from a distance, you think you see a crowd of people. And then it says, you see, there is no crowd of people there. You just think you saw a crowd of people. Ergo consciousness doesn't necessarily exist. Well, that's another non sequitur, another logical fallacy. What he's showing here is that experience is not necessarily what we think it is. In other words, the way we would describe our own experiences depart from the experience itself. We are not always experiencing what we think we are experiencing. But that, of course, doesn't deny that we are experiencing something. On the contrary, it presupposes it. Because to say that what we think we are experiencing is not what we are experiencing means that our experiences are illusions. But it requires the illusion to be there. We need to experience the illusion of seeing a crowd in order for the whole trap to exist and for us to be able to talk about the trap. If we don't experience the crowd to begin with, if we don't experience the illusion to begin with, then there's nothing to talk about. And again, that's it's the same kind of logical fallacy as in the first category. In the first category, we are construing doubts about our account of experience to be a doubt about the existence of experience. These are two different things. The existence of the experience and the account of it are different things. To refute one is not to refute the other. And a very similar thing happens here. If our description of the experience is wrong, that doesn't mean that the experience itself didn't exist. It only means that it was an illusion, but an illusion too is an experience. We have to have the experience of the illusion. None of this stuff, none of these traps, and this is so obvious, it's embarrassing for the three of us to be talking about it, because we find ourselves in a society that requires a podcast episode in which three thoughtful people are arguing against what is obviously nonsensical, as if it were needed to argue for it. But here we are in the early 21st century, so let's bite the bullet and acknowledge the need to do that. The extrapolation that the illusory nature of experience or the wrong account of experience actually means that experience itself doesn't exist is utterly idiotic. It's downright stupid. It's only not stupid if you surreptitiously redefine the word experience to mean something other than the rest of us understands the word to mean. And that's exactly what illusionists do. They go through some tortuous conceptual acrobatics to redefine the word, construct a straw man, and then burn it and say, look, we proved that experience doesn't exist. No, you proved that your idiosyncratic, arbitrary redefinition of the word experience doesn't exist. But you didn't prove anything about what the rest of us understands experience to mean. And there are other ridiculous circularities in illusionism. Since I'm already down a rant here, let me just, yeah, go ahead, Kyle.
I just wanted to say, before you go down that one, it's about Keith Frankish, and people had mentioned that. They said, well, isn't an illusion the experience of something? He says, yeah, I'm not really saying consciousness doesn't exist. So we're like, okay. But he's like, it's not what it seems to be. But then you can just say what Strawson says, the seeming, the seeming, the seem is an experience. Yeah, well, it is, it's there, but it's not there. I'm like, I don't know where you're going, man. I don't.
It, it's tortuous conceptual acrobatics. And that's what you have to do when there's an obvious flaw in your line of thinking and you don't want to admit it. You have to go down these roads of hand waving. So let's take Keith Frankish in my rant here. What you mentioned is the most obvious flaw in his argument. It says, we don't experience, we just seem to experience. Well, wait a moment, the seeming is already an experience. So what you're denying is your redefinition of the word experience, not experience as the rest of us understands, because seeming to experience is in itself already an instance of that which you're trying to deny. And that's just stupid, it's just silly. There is another circularity in his argument. He will, following Dennett, he will say that the brain creates these digests of its own experiences. It reports to itself at a metacognitive level a simplified digest of its own activity. And it's because of this digest that we believe in consciousness. So the point is the following. There is only neuronal activity. There is only neuronal firing. And neurotransmitters drifting across synaptic clefts and locking into receptors. That's all there is. When we experience colors and flavors, why do the colors and flavors not look like neuronal firings and neurotransmitter molecules drifting across the synaptic cleft? Well, it's because when the brain reports its own activity to itself, it doesn't report on that activity as it really is. It creates a sort of summarized digest of it. And that digest is what we call the colors and the flavors. And the colors and the flavors don't look like the neuronal activity because they are the digest. They are the summary that the brain creates of its own activity as opposed to that activity itself. That's the argument. And it sounds, in the first half a second, it sounds reasonable. But it's entirely self-defeating and downright idiotic because, look, if you think about it for more than 2 seconds, you realize the following. If there is only brain activity and neuronal firings, what can constitute this digest that the brain creates? Well, it can only be constituted of neuronal firings and neurotransmitter molecules because X hypothesis, per hypothesis, there is nothing else. So the digest the brain constructs is itself constituted of neuronal firings. So why doesn't that digest look like neuronal firings? Oh, because there is a meta digest then, a meta summary, right? Well, but the meta summary too can only be constituted of neuronal firings because by hypothesis, that's all there is. So you're immediately into infinite regress. And the problem here, why does such crowning absurdity come across as reasonable in the first half a second? That's important because the moment I said it without elaborating on it, it probably sounded reasonable to the audience. Consciousness doesn't feel like brain activity because it's a digest of the thing. And a digest of the thing doesn't look like the thing. Yes, but the digest has to be made of the thing. So why doesn't the digest look like the thing? Why did it sound reasonable before we took the next step? And the reason is we confuse the structure of language for the structure of that which language is talking about. Because something comes across as well-formed syntactically in language, we think that it corresponds to something plausible in reality, which is the thing language describes. So linguistically, to say that consciousness doesn't feel like neurons because consciousness is a digest produced by the brain of its own activity, and the digest doesn't need to look like the thing it summarizes, This has a proper linguistic structure. I am using different words, neuronal activity and digest. These are different words. And that difference in words accounts, we think, for the difference in reality. The problem is that it doesn't, because the second word, digest, is referring to something that can only be neuronal activity as well. The difference is only in the language we use, the words we choose. We chose different words to express a difference, and that comes across as reasonable because of the difference in words. But the thing that is being referred to by the words logically must perforce be the same thing. And therefore, you didn't account for the experience, for the difference at all. You did not account for the difference between how experience feels and how brain activity objectively is. It just seems like you accounted for it because of a linguistic artifact. In other words, this is all linguistic smoke and mirrors. It's just as stupid and idiotic as it seems to be once you think about it for more than half a second. It's all just smoke and mirrors. It's a desperate attempt of people who are committed to a certain view to not part with that view despite logic and evidence.
Well, that's like, it's funny. I remember someone said in a chat with Keith Frankish, they said that exactly, it's just neuronal firing, so consciousness doesn't exist. And I'm like, well, then what are you? Anyway, but here's my last one. You already kind of touched on it. It was just so Keith Frankish, he's posited that we conscious realists have a deep problem when we separate feel from function. So you already mentioned that basically, and that it is extremely extravagant. He states that when we do this separation, he would just apply a modus tollens and not make a separation. But you think about it and you say, like, we idealists, we don't need to do this though. Function or behavior is the appearance of the phenomenal, or some just say the intrinsic nature is phenomenal, and hence it is just a phenomenal. So I don't see how that, anyway.
It doesn't. It's another instance of question begging. In other words, is circular reasoning. Um, it's only obvious that feel and function cannot be separated if you make physicalist assumptions that function is the source of the feel or the generator of the feeling. Only under that assumption can you derive the conclusion that you cannot separate the two, because if one is the effect of the other, separating them is merely nominal, or at least it's a separation in time, but not a separation in essence. So yes, he is right in deriving that conclusion, but only if you start with physicalist assumptions, which of course is precisely the point in contention. You cannot argue against an alternative to physicalism by using the assumptions of physicalism in your argument. That's begging the question. That's circular reasoning. Let me give you another example of circular reasoning that physicalists make. They say, it is obviously not possible for there to be a mind outside human beings or outside living beings. Therefore, idealism is wrong because there is obviously a world outside living beings. And that world then cannot be minded because there is no mind outside living beings. Well, but the notion that minds can only exist within living beings is a tenet of physicalism, not of alternatives to physicalism. Alternatives to physicalism would say that everything can be minded, everything can be a mind. And admitting that there is a world outside individual minds does not entail or imply that that such a world cannot be mental. For instance, you have thoughts. Your thoughts are mental. My thoughts are outside your individual mind. From your perspective, my thoughts are external. Not only that, my thoughts are objective from your perspective because you could measure them, and you cannot control my thoughts merely by wishing them to be different. And my thoughts will still be here when you are no longer there and we are no longer talking. My thoughts do not need your presence to exist. From your perspective, my thoughts are objective and external, but from their own perspective, they are intrinsically subjective and mental. They're thoughts, after all. So to acknowledge an external mental world under an idealist perspective requires no more than to acknowledge that another person also has mental inner life outside your own mind. What the idealist does is to not mistake the evidence for an external world beyond our individual minds for evidence of a world that is non-mental and is outside all minds. Because that's obviously a step too far. We don't have evidence for the latter. We only have evidence for the former. There is a world outside our individual minds, not evidence for a world that is itself not mental. What is the evidence for that? There isn't such evidence. But for the physicalist, because under physicalist premises, mind is always created by a nervous system, there cannot be an external world that is mental. But again, this is circular reasoning. It only applies under the premises of physicalism, which are the very things in contention. The problem is that many physicalists, especially illusionists, people who derive from that period of darkness in human thought called behaviorism around the middle of the 20th century into the 60s and 70s, people who grew up academically in that philosophical school. Dennett is the second generation of that school. Now, it began one generation before him with Skinner, Skinner's black box and all that nonsense. So Keith is the third generation of that. If you grow up in that environment, it is psychologically impossible for you to think coherently about reality without physicalist assumptions. They cannot do that. It's too ingrained. It is impossible for them to understand that the evidence for an external world is not evidence for a non-mental world. For the same reason that the evidence that I too have thoughts outside your mind is not evidence for the non-mental nature of my thoughts. But they can't see that. They literally cannot see that. They cannot think coherently about the world without basing their thought processes on physicalist foundations. It's a strange psychological thing, but I'm convinced that it's real, because I don't think Keith Frankish is malicious. I don't think he's insincere. I think he does believe his nonsense. He sincerely believes his nonsense. And why does he do that? Because the alternative to his tortuous conceptual acrobatics, the alternative to that for him is ungraspable. It looks even worse than his acrobatics, less plausible than his tortuous conceptual acrobatics. He sincerely thinks that. He cannot contemplate that with objective clarity. And therefore, the nonsense is spouted out. It's sincere nonsense. And look, I'm not saying Keith is a stupid person. The worst kind of let me say it this way. I think we have plenty of reasons to believe that in perhaps all other areas of knowledge, he is a clever, intelligent, reasonable person. It's just that he is so tied in with his assumptions that he applies that intelligence that he innately has into constructing obtruse, tortuous, conceptual ways to not acknowledge the obvious, because the obvious for him is unfathomable. So that intelligence gets applied into creating conceptual obfuscations that aim at deceiving himself and then the rest of the world with that. But that's a side effect. He is sincerely looking for a narrative in terms of which to relate to reality, a narrative that he can buy into himself. And because the clarity of non-physicalist alternatives is impossible for him to see, because his whole process of thinking has evolved around physicalist assumptions, then the only path forward for him is to apply that intelligence into constructing increasingly tortuous and abstract conceptual schemas, to rescue physicalism from the clutches of reason and evidence. And goodness knows it requires a lot of cleverness to construct those ridiculous conceptual schemas. It's not simple to do that. So that's where the intelligence is applied. So he's not stupid, but he applies his intelligence because of other psychological mechanisms in ways that are aim at constructing a hall of smoke and mirrors so he can deceive himself and us.
I mean, that's kind of true. Well, when I found the assumptions of limitivism and illusionism over the last few weeks, first they start with, we understand what matter is. But that's a huge,
We
long,
don't.
yeah. The intrinsic nature argument. We'll get to that actually in a second. It's about Ontic and epistemic structural realism. But the other three things are, the brain is lying to us. So, but if you say your brain's lying to you, you fall into that same trip that you could be in the Matrix, the flying spaghetti monster, that kind of stuff. You can't refute it. But and then so then the third one is, consciousness is a deep illusion we come to intuitively believe, and as it is a shortcut to understanding a lot of information in a quick amount of time. But in a sense, it's kind of interesting because Donald Hoffman talks about that, but as an idealist. Not that the brain's lying to you, but it's like the dashboard. Actually, you talk about that too. So in a sense, you could have an illusion, but the ontology is idealist. But that one was interesting. And then the fourth one is that there's no evidence for non-physical substance. Therefore, there's by definition no real feeling, but an illusion. But then we talked about that again, and they'll say it's an illusion. I can't.
Let's tackle the last two. There is no evidence for consciousness. As Galen Strawson says, in saying this, the illusionists can only be meaning with the word consciousness something other than the rest of us understands by the word. Because to say that consciousness is an illusion is immediately self-defeating, because an illusion is a content of consciousness. So the moment you say consciousness is an illusion, you are saying that it exists, because illusions are consciousness. They cannot be anything else. You see, if you look up to the night sky and you see a ship, a colonial era clipper flying in the sky, and you tell that your neighbor will say, well, that was an illusion. What do we mean by that? What we mean by that is that you had the conscious experience of a clipper flying in the sky, but that did not correspond to anything outside your conscious experience of it. In other words, not only are you saying that there is consciousness, you're saying that consciousness is all there is. Because there was nothing outside consciousness to ground the reality of your conscious experience of a clipper flying in the sky. You see? So, but they're not stupid, right? They are not handicapped people. They are deluded, but they are not physiologically impaired people. So what do they mean by consciousness? Because it cannot be phenomenal consciousness as a category of existence, because illusions are already an instance of that which they are denying. So they cannot mean that. What do they mean by consciousness? You can get clues from the work of another eliminativist, a Stanford, a neuroscientist. I forgot his name.
Is it
I forgot his. Huh?
Is it Italian name?
Yeah. He has a Latin name. Michael Graziano. Graziano. Yeah. Michael Graziano. I had an exchange with him in writing on the magazine of the Institute of Art and Ideas. And in his reply to me, it became, well, even in his written work, you can see that The consciousness that he says, quote, doesn't happen, doesn't exist, what he means by that is a kind of ghost, a kind of spatially bound soul type thing, um, that has its own sense of identity and boundaries. In other words, he's not talking about a class of existence. He's not talking about an ontic kind. He's talking about a individualized agent that exists outside of the human being. In other words, a kind of soul, something, something that sort of enters the body and leaves the body, and or something that has a steady, enduring identity, that remains the same even as you physiologically change, as you mature and you get older, and the molecules in your body are all in flux. But that agent, that spatially bound entity with a sense of I, it remains unchanged. So this is what he's denying. I have no problem denying that. I have no problem denying that Bernardo Kastrup is an agent that has endured for the past 49 years. I have no problem acknowledging that our sense of individual self is an illusion in consciousness. Consciousness does exist. When I describe life as a dissociative process, I'm basically saying that we don't have a fundamental I separate from nature. This separation is just a dissociative process. It's a doing of nature. It's not a thing that endures unchanged. It's just a process. It's a verb, not a noun. It's not an entity. It's a doing, a pattern of behavior of nature. So I agree with Graziano, but Graziano uses the word consciousness for that. That That's ridiculous. That's not what the rest of the world means by consciousness. Now, so why does he do that? There are several possibilities. One is he's just too silly to understand what he's doing. I don't believe this. I don't believe he's this childishly silly. Another, and I'm not going to be accusing him of that now. I'm just objectively laying the possibilities on the table. It doesn't mean that I believe that what I'm about to say is the reason why he does what he does. Okay, let me be careful about this. Another possibility is the following, another in principle possibility. If you go to the press and you say, I have refuted the existence of a permanent individual self, editors will yawn. So what? Well, big deal. We know that. Now, who denies this? You know, in science and philosophy, only dualists may deny that, but it wouldn't be headline news. It wouldn't be the cover of science magazines. But if you say, I deny consciousness, then that is so absurd, so counterintuitive that coming from a Stanford neuroscientist, you put it on the cover because it will sell your stuff. And he'll make a name. He'll be famous. Look at us. We are talking about Michael Graziano right now. Why? He said absolutely nothing extraordinary. His work is not extraordinary at all. It's trite. It's boring. It's not leading edge. Duh. And here we are talking about it. Because instead of saying that he denied the permanent existence of an individual self, he says, I denied consciousness. And here we are talking about it. That's another possibility. There are a few other possibilities for why he does what he does, but I'll stop here.
Yeah. I just want to finish on the illusionism thing before we move on to Ontic. But like Strawson has said too multiple times, which I think he's actually an idealist now. He said it at a Google chat a couple years ago. He's like, all real physicalists are idealists. It's really interesting. And when he throws the argument back at the illusionists, He says, show me your evidence for non-experiential stuff. So he might be coming on to the idealist side, which is kind of cool. And he defines it as pure panpsychism because of the, but anyway, yeah, he says it's a reductio ad absurdum, pulling the territory from the map, etc. So it's kind of interesting how you see the, anyway, yeah.
Uh, I haven't met Galen for 6.5 years now. Last time I met him, I have to be careful now because it's about some other. He was going through a very difficult patch of his personal life. I'm not going to elaborate on what that was, but it is very my heart goes out to him, and I can imagine, and I didn't communicate with him because I thought there is no place for me to insist with him on talking on philosophy, given that he's going through what he's going through now. If I were in his position, I would have no energy, no time, no presence to discuss philosophy or to discuss anything beyond the raw reality of what he was facing. So I'm saying this to explain why I haven't followed his thinking over the past few years. But I can tell you this, Galen is a sincere, intelligent, honest person. And he's going through a process of increasing understanding like the rest of us normal people go through life. We evolve, our understanding of nature evolves as we mature, as we experience more, as we learn more, as our thoughts become more refined and subtle and nuanced. And he's going through that too. And in the early days, when he abandoned physicalism, he wanted to maintain the word physicalism, but he strived to redefine it. I think that is not helpful. I think that is misleading. An opinion I shared with him years ago, but he thought that the benefit outweighed the price. The benefit of sticking to the word physicalism, even though what he meant by it was not what any physicalist means by the word. But he thought that the benefit outweighed the price because it would maintain the physical structure of reality. The problem is that that is based on a misunderstanding of foundations of physics that even some physicists share that misunderstanding, especially solid state physicists. Solid state physicists tend to think of particles as literal, spatially bound little marbles. Only if you go into foundations of physics, field quantum theory, quantum field theory, that you realize that that's just a metaphor. There are no marbles. There are no particles. There are only fields. What we call particles are just ripples on the fields. There's nothing to the ripple but the field itself. If Galen were to understand that, and I think now he does, because at least I wrote extensively about it, alluding to his work as well. The moment he understands that is the moment he realizes that what he thought he was preserving with the word physicalism, in other words, the building block-like structure of reality, that's not what physics say. Physics is holistic right now. Each of the 17 fields in quantum field theory are spatially unbound. They span the entirety of the cosmos. So the structure he thought he was trying to preserve, it's not there. It's not something physics says. And the moment he understands this, that's the moment when he goes from panpsychism to idealism. So it may have happened.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's incredible.
Yeah, I think he did. I actually will probably put that in the show notes, or give MI the show notes. He does say that at a Google conference. I'm just gonna finish this section before we move into other stuff. Are you still feeling good, Bernardo? Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
You guys are pretty good at this.
Okay.
I enjoy
So
talking
we're
to
gonna
you.
take more.
Thank you.
Okay. So this one is the last thing I think physicalists can go on, and you talked about this with Carlo Rovelli. It's about relationalism and things like that. So just quickly, there's a thing called ontic structural realism and then epistemic structural realism. So for a lot of panpsychists and even some idealists, we would use epistemic structural realism to say, you know, the intrinsic nature of something is mentality. So like Timothy Sprigg, John Leslie, a bunch of other, like Bertrand Russell has said, you know, science tells us the behavior of matter, but not what it is in itself. And Timothy Sprigg has famously argued this in his Absolute Idealism, that it can't just be structure with structure. Something has to ground it, and the thing that we know about it is consciousness. Now, Keith Frankish and a couple other people has said, well, there's ontic structural realism. So many structuralists will say the only thing that structure, like only structure exists, just mass, charge, spin. There's no need for anything to ground it. Yeah. So, and I think Carlo Rovelli talked about that, but then you just have turtles all the way down, just structure. um, I don't know. And then someone has just a quick little thing, if depending on how you answer, and then that's it for the structural realism stuff. I don't know if that's a threat to idealism, but yeah.
No. Should I comment?
It's difficult to comment. Sorry, that one was it's just do you buy the intrinsic nature argument, or do you just say like it's all just consciousness? So it could be ontic structural, but it's just consciousness, or yeah.
There is a structure to the contents of perception. That's
So
a given fact.
sorry. So the grounding would be the consciousness, so then we would be epistemic, but ontic would deny that.
I hesitate answering in technical terms because that's the game of the opposition. The opposition wants to avoid the clarity of the obvious conclusion by through obscurantism, by using technical words in tortuous ways. So we think, oh, there may be something to that, but I can't quite discern because of all this jargon. So there is a structure to the contents of perception. We know that, right? I can discern your face on my computer screen from the other windows on my computer screen. The fact that I can make this discernment means that there is structure to the contents of my perception. Now, we also know that perception is extraordinarily useful to allow us to survive in the world. So there has to be a correspondence between perception and the world. And therefore, if there is structure in perception, there has to be some structure in the world, otherwise the structure of perception would be ungrounded. And all evidence shows that it is not ungrounded, it's not arbitrary. Although the contents of perception are different from the world, and the structure of perception may be different from the structure of the world, it must mirror the salient aspects of the world. So if perception, the mirroring, has structure, the world has to have some structure, even if it's different from the contents of perception. So there has to be structure in the world. It cannot be a uniform goo. It can't be that. There has to be some kind of structure. Otherwise, perception itself, in mirroring the world or in encoding the world in some sense, wouldn't have structure. So there has to be ontic structure. And since perception is experience, there obviously is epistemic structure as well. And there must be some correspondence between the two, even if one doesn't necessarily mirror the other. Even if one structure is not identical to the other, there has to be some transfer function that allows you to go from one to the other in a manner that allows you to survive. Otherwise, perception would be useless. You wouldn't see the train coming to kill you, or you wouldn't see the plate of food in front of you, and you wouldn't survive. So there has to be structure on both ends, and there has to be a transfer function between the two structures. So I think all of these are givens. They do not depend on philosophical positions and arguments. These are pretty reliable, robust starting points. Now, for a physicalist, there cannot be substance behind the structure of the world. So I granted the world has structure. So I am with the physicalist there. We both admit that there is structure to the world. But the physicalist has then to proceed and say that structure is ungrounded, which is logically incoherent, because structure is dependent on differences of states. If all states are identical, then there is no structure. There is just uniform goo, no structure. For there to be structure, there has to be more than one state, and there has to be differences between states that allow us then to discern structure. But states of what? If you say that there is only structure, but not the thing that takes on states, in order for you to be able to talk of structure, then it's like talking about movement without anything that moves. It's like talking about form without anything that takes on form. In other words, you will be doing something similar to what Lewis Carroll did when he wrote of the Cheshire cat that disappears, but the cat's green, green or grim?
Grin.
Green.
Grin, yeah.
Yeah. The cat's green stays behind, which is, of course, something you can write, but which has no semantic content. In other words, it doesn't mean anything, because a grin is a configuration of the cat's mouth. If the cat disappears, the configuration of the cat's mouth cannot stay behind. So you can articulate this in language like Lewis Carroll did, but it's devoid of any semantic content. In other words, it doesn't mean anything. So to say that the world has structure, but it has no essence, there is nothing that takes on states for us to be able to speak of structure. It's like doing a Lewis Carroll and saying that there is no cat, but there is a cat's green. In other words, you can say it, but it means absolutely nothing. It's not coherent. It has no semantic content. And the physicalist is forced to do that. Why? Because of the history of physicalism. When physicalists, before there was this ontology of physicalism, scientists discern the structure of the world indirectly through the structure of perception, which is the epistemic structure we have, but we have very good reasons to think that it corresponds in some way to an ontic structure of reality out there, as I discussed earlier. They discerned that structure, and they realized that it was very useful to deploy numbers and equations to describe that structure. So numbers and mathematical equations, mathematical structures arose as extremely useful descriptions of the contents of perception. So it's very useful for me to be able to tell the bartender whether I want a half pint or 1 pint of beer. So it's a number that is very useful as a description of the contents of perception. And the structure of the contents of perception must, in some sense, relate to the real structure of the real world. So those numbers end up being very useful indirect descriptions of the structure of the real world through perception. Numbers and mathematical equations were only descriptions. But then, because of the fight with the church, which was a very, very serious fight, Bruno was burned at the stake on that account in 1600. So it was literally a life and death issue. Science had to part with psyche as the ground of their activity, because psyche, which is the Greek word that we translate as mind, spirit, soul, all these things, mind, consciousness, that's the Greek word. Psyche, or soul, mind, spirit, was the domain of the church. So for scientists not to be burned at the stake, they had to busy themselves with something other than psyche, so not to poke into the domain of the church and end up at the stake, like Bruno did. So how to do that? Well, let's now take those descriptions, and instead of regarding them as mere descriptions of our epistemic structure, and therefore indirectly descriptions of the ontic structure of the world, let's say that they are something other than psyche. Let's say that those descriptions are the thing in itself. In other words, instead of descriptions, the numbers are now the real reality, the thing described. Instead of understanding the numbers as the map that describes the territory, we started taking the numbers for the territory. We started to take the map as the territory, and pretending to ourselves that we can pull the territory out of the map. That's physicalism. Physicalism says that out there are only the mathematical equations and the numbers and the quantities. They were descriptions in the early days. Now they are the world. They are the real ontic structure of the world behind perception. And it's necessary for physicalism, because if you don't do that, then the only alternative is that those equations are descriptions of something else. And that something else can only be psyche, can only be mind, mental processes, because mathematics exists in mind. So unless you say mathematics is pure abstraction, then if there is mathematics out there, then there is a mind out there, because that's where mathematics is done. Mathematics reflects the archetypal structure of mentation. So that's the history of physicalism. The problem is that the numbers, sorry for this long-winded response, I'll get there.
Oh, no
Trust me.
problem. Yeah, take your time.
Stay with me. The numbers and the mathematical equations, because they originated as descriptions of something else, their meaning is grounded on this something else, just like the lines on a map. The meaning of the lines on a map is grounded on the actual structures of the territory. So if you see a mountain on a map with those little lines close to each other, the meaning of the lines close to each other is that there is a mountain with a sharp ascending sides, a steep mountain. And that's the meaning of those lines close together in the map, because those lines are descriptions of this mountain with steep sides. But if you now say the map precedes the territory, now you are robbing the meaning of those signs, because their meaning was the thing that was described. But if you now say the map precedes the thing described, now the reference for that meaning is lost, because the reference is not something that comes out of the map, so it cannot ground the meaning of the map. Same thing for the numbers and the mathematical equations. The moment you say these are no longer mere descriptions, now these are the world, now the meaning of those numbers and those equations has disappeared, because the equations now have to precede the thing that grounded their meaning to begin with. So what was the meaning of 50 kilograms? Well, the meaning of 50 kilograms was my experience of lifting a piece of luggage that weighed 50 kilograms, or watching a 50 kilograms weight fall within a viscous liquid, or perceiving, experiencing the movement of the needle of a balance when I put a 50 kilograms piece of luggage on it. In other words, the meaning of 50 kilograms was experience of one sort or another. The meaning of mathematical equations are the experiences that grounded them to begin with, or the experiences that are predicted by those mathematical equations. If I predict the movement of an object with a Newtonian equation, what's the meaning of the symbols and that equation as a whole? Well, the meaning is the experience I will have when nature plays itself out as predicted by the equation. But if now physicality precedes mentation, then you rob those equations of their meaning. And that is the hard problem. We cannot infer the qualities of experience from physical parameters, because physical parameters are purely quantitative, and their meaning is now lost because they must precede the experiences that gave them meaning. So you cannot deduce anything from them, ergo the hard problem. In other words, it's not a problem. It's an internal inconsistency in the line of thought, which says that the description precedes the thing described. By doing that, you rob the descriptions of their meaning, and therefore nothing can be deduced in principle from them. Nothing can be deduced a priori from them. This is the history of physicalism. And now, finally, the reason why I'm saying this, that's why Keith Frankish needs to deny that there is essence grounding the structure of nature, because he has to be consistent with the notion that the description precedes the thing described, and therefore it has to have no reference of meaning. It cannot have any essence. It cannot have any grounding substance. because that is the movement that was made in the early days to define physicalism as something that wasn't psyche related, wasn't mind related. And you have to say that there is just pure abstraction, that the structure of nature is purely abstract. There is nothing grounding it. There is no essence. There is no substance. There is only the mathematics. There was a physicist who wrote a book about it called Our Mathematical Universe by the Swedish physicist
Max Tegmark, I think.
Max Tegmark. Yeah. Of course, the reality of it is plain to see to any non-specialized but educated person, which is, if there is only mathematics, what we mean by this is that there is only a mind, because mathematics only exists in mind. Where else is mathematics? Point mathematics to me, give mathematics to me, put it in my hands. No, mathematics is a essentially mental process. But the eliminativists cannot grant that, because they're trying to deny the very thing that grounds mathematics, which is mind. They're denying that. They're denying mind. They're denying consciousness. So you have to have empty structure, which is incoherent. It's as incoherent as talking about movement while denying anything that moves. It's as incoherent as talking about the permanence of the Cheshire Cat's grin when the cat has disappeared. It's as incoherent as talking about spin without the top that spins. You see, it is incoherent, but the physicalist, especially the eliminativist, the illusionist, is forced into that incoherence because of the movement that took the numbers and the mathematical equations, instead of descriptions of something, transferred them to the foundations of reality and say the description precedes the world described. So they have to maintain the consistency with that incoherence, which only leads to more incoherence. It's unavoidable.
Absolutely. And I think you dropped a very important clue a while back about behaviorism and about the age of the eliminativists. It's not a coincidence, actually. I don't mean that as an insult, but it's true. Back in those days, like in the 50s and stuff, behaviorism was the dominant paradigm in the science of psychology. And that was the attitude everybody had, that you are not scientific if you believe that there's these mental states, these thoughts, these feelings. And if you think Daniel Dennett is extreme in his denying of consciousness and stuff like that, you should listen to B.F. Skinner, who goes before him. I mean, the behaviorists, it all goes back to these guys. There's a reason why the eliminativists have popped up in this time in history. It goes back to them. So I thought that was really spot on that you pointed that out. So if anyone's interested in getting at the root of what's going on here, check out the behaviorists. You will see a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was a solid, you could say debunking actually, but they'd say, check your history. It's not right. You're making this up. And I'm like, no, read the history you have with Galileo, you have with all the story you just mentioned too. Like there's a big shift. But I also found it was kind of interesting that all this relational discuss, they said that's what's driving science. So there's nothing more to push. It's just relation. That's all we found. But look at the history. But I also found it interesting when you have just relations by a method that just gives you relations, and they're like, all I have is relations. It's like the guy who puts on the heat glasses and forgets they're on, and like, oh dude, all I see is heat.
But the mistake here is scientism, is to take science for metaphysics, which is what a lot of people are trying to do and have tried to do for ages. We became so enthusiastic about science because of its technological applications. And we started thinking that because it works in technology development, then it is the expression of some fundamental metaphysical truth. This is a very confused line of thinking. It's completely ungrounded and it's not logical. To begin with, technological success only requires convenient fictions. It doesn't require any acquaintance with any level of actual truth. An example of that, metaphorically, is a 5-year-old kid who plays a video game so well, he's world champion. Does the fact that the kid plays the game so well mean that the kid understands what the game is? That the kid understands all the software coding, all the hardware engineering entailed in creating the game? No, it doesn't mean any of that. It only means the kid has a convenient fiction in terms of which to interact with the game. In the convenient fiction, we go like this. I am a little man inside the screen. And if those other little men inside the screen shoot at me, I die. And if I find the princess, I score points. And if I shoot the other little man, they die and I score points. None of this is true. You are not a little man inside the screen. There are no other little men inside the screen. You're not killing anybody. Nobody's killing you. But it's a convenient fiction that works, and you can be world champion on the back of this convenient fiction, because everything in the game works as though, within certain limits, everything works as though the convenient fiction were true. And that's why technology works. Our convenient fictions work in practice. That doesn't mean that we have understood the nature at a metaphysical level. So the mistake made here is to take the success of our convenient fictions, which is what science does, and it's what science should do. Science is about predicting what nature will do next. And if you have a convenient fiction in terms of which to make those predictions accurately, that's all it takes. That's science. And there's nothing wrong with it. This is what science should be. It's to predict correctly, accurately, what nature will do next. The problem is that we take these predictions to be grounded on some metaphysical understanding of what nature is. And this is as false as to think that the 5-year-old video game world champion understands the game. You don't need to understand the game. We don't need to understand what nature is to make correct predictions. But we wanted to replace religion, which does make metaphysical statements. We wanted to replace religion with science because of the social political power game that was playing in the second half of, well, starting the half of the 19th century, maybe as early as 1830 during the July Revolution. That was the game. The bourgeoisie intellectual elite wanted not only to survive the clergy, but wanted to supplant the clergy in social influence. So now science had to be more than just a means to predict nature's behavior. It had to make metaphysical statements about what nature is. And in doing that, we started confusing the convenient fiction with metaphysics. The name for that today is Scientism. It's a misunderstanding of science. It's to take science to make statements about what nature is. No, it doesn't make those statements. It doesn't need to make those statements, and it shouldn't make those statements. It predicts behavior. But if you don't see this clear distinction, you become a scientist, and you will think that science does make metaphysical statements, and then you are forced into saying that there is no ontic ground for the structure of nature. You're forced into that under physicalism and scientism.
I mean, sorry, am I? This is the follow-up. I'll hand it over to you in a second, sorry. So you just described that it's not the ontic structural, whatever it is, argument they want to throw at us is not an issue for idealism. But the follow-up was just, I think you answered it. It was, if all structural physical properties are removed, in what sense would phenomenality still exist? But I think we're playing into their game there, because they said that like they would require relational properties. But if you just have consciousness, that doesn't seem like it's inconceivable either. You would just have just pure awareness either. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, this is an excellent question. There can be structure in the contents of consciousness that cannot be described through physical quantities. And this is very, very obvious to anyone if you think about it for a little longer than a couple of seconds. What is the length in centimeters or inches of your thought? Can't describe that with a physical number. What is the weight in pounds or kilograms of your emotion? Well, can't describe an emotion with a physical quantity. What is the angular momentum of your insight? Can't describe insight with a physical quantity. Why? Because we invented these physical quantities to describe the contents of perception. And the contents of perception are only one category of experience. There are other categories of experience, namely endogenous experiences, such as insights, thoughts, emotions, things that are not dependent on your perceptual organs to be experienced. So endogenous experiential states, endogenous mental states, cannot be described through physical quantities. And then in that sense, they aren't physical, because physical things are things that can be described through physical quantities and equations. We cannot do that for endogenous experiential states, yet endogenous experiential states obviously exist. We experience them. Each one of us experiences them all the time. We experience our thoughts, we experience our emotions, we experience our insights. Now, is there structure to our thoughts, emotions, and insights? Of course there is. We can discern different thoughts. We can discern different emotions. What it is like to feel sad is different from what it is like to feel happy. What it feels like to have a mathematical thought is different from what it feels like to have a philosophical thought. Thoughts and emotions can be discerned from one another. Therefore, they have structure. Each thought is unique in its structure, and that structure can be apprehended through direct acquaintance, through the direct experience of the thought and emotion. Yet, that structure is not, as we concluded earlier, is not describable through physical quantities, so it's not physical structure. What kind of structure it is? It is cognitive structure. And there is such a thing as cognitive structure. As a matter of fact, integrated information theory, one side of the map they try to construct is cognitive structure, and they describe that structure through graph theory and information theory. So there is structure that isn't physical. We experience that structure all the time, and we have even the theoretical apparatus to characterize that non-physical structure. It is happening. It's not a secret. So for the idealist, there is structure in the real world out there, even though that real world isn't physical. And the nature of that real structure of the real world out there is cognitive. It's cognitive structure. When that cognitive structure is apprehended through perception, it gives rise to physical structure. In other words, physical structure is the map of the territory of cognitive structure. These are the two sides. Physical structure is the epistemic structure, is the structure we describe through mathematical and physical quantities based on the screen of perception. That's the epistemic structure. It's physical structure. The ontic structure is cognitive structure. It cannot be directly described through physical quantities, but when that cognitive structure is represented as perception, then we can apply the physical quantities and equations to that epistemic structure on the screen of perception, which will then relate to the ontic structure of the world through some mapping, because that's what perception does. It encodes the salient features of the ontic structure of the world. So an idealist does not deny structure. It only denies that such structure is physically characterizable, because physical numbers and equations were invented to characterize the contents of perception and not the real structure of the world as it is in itself. So the world has structure, but it's cognitive structure. Moreover, cognitive structure does not even require extension. It doesn't even require space-time. Our cognitive associations are evocations of meaning. The color white evokes the feeling of peace. Both are experiences, and neither requires extension. Their association is an association of meaning. It's a semantic association. One cognitive content leads to another through a connection of meaning, of mutual representations. That structure is real and can be described with graph theory. But that description does not entail that cognitive structure requires extension, because meanings exist outside space-time. Cognitive associations exist outside space-time. What needs space-time is a sort of a database representation of those cognitive associations. For instance, you are the son of your mother. That's a cognitive association. The word son means one thing, the word mother means another thing, and they are associated through a certain relation. That meaning exists even if the files in your city hall went up in flames and your records that show that you are the son of your mother vanished. You wouldn't stop being the son of your mother just because the records in paper or hard disk drives, in your city hall's database, just because those records disappeared, the meanings that were encoded in those records doesn't cease to be. In other words, cognitive structure can be projected onto extension, can be projected onto the paradigm of perception, which is the paradigm of space-time. Space-time are the scales of the dials in the dashboard that perception is. You can project the structure, that cognitive structure, onto space-time, but you don't need space-time to speak of the existence of those cognitive structures. For the idealist, those cognitive structures of the real world out there are prior to space-time. They really exist. They are really out there. They are really external to our individual minds. And they really have structure because different meanings are discernible in mental space. They really have structure. The cognitive associations defines how they relate to one another, all of those cognitive states, how they relate to one another. You can even put that in graph theory. All of that is real. All of that exists, but it exists grounded by mental states, conscious states.
Perfect, because that you just solved an issue that panpsychists have about structural race properties being intrinsic and then relational, but you can have relational because it's mental and the structure. So you have both, and that's kind of a one-up us idealists would have on the panpsychist then. That's
yeah. Under idealism, the extended physically describable structure on the screen of perception is a projection of essential cognitive structure, the way mental states relate to one another through meaning associations.
Okay, perfect. So, and this is a bit off topic. We're shifting gears here on this next one, but this relates to a topic that we did touch base on earlier. So, I'm curious, what are your thoughts on integrated information theory and analytic idealism together? Is there a way you think you can combine them and they can work together? Do you think it's plausible? What do you think?
I think it's more than plausible. I think it's the most promising thing going forward. Now, look, what I'm going to say now is my view. It's not necessarily integrated information theory as it is, and it's not necessarily the view of Giulio or Christoph. It may be, but it's not necessarily. Okay, so I'm speaking now for myself, how I interpret these things. To me, integrated information theory is not an account of how consciousness emerges of something unconscious. That's not what it does. It's not what it could do even. And I don't think it is what the people behind it are trying to do either. What they seem to be trying to do, and I think that's laudable, is to create a map between patterns of brain activity and the qualities of experience as reported by a subject. It is important to create this map because once we have it, we can extrapolate it and extrapolate, for instance, our understanding of a brain scan in a way that goes deeper than the subject themselves can report through introspection. A lot of our minds are not accessible through introspection because a lot of our mental processes are dissociated from the reporting ego, or they don't fall within the field of metacognition, which is our ability to know what we are experiencing in addition to experiencing it. And it's important, for instance, in cases of locked-in syndrome, when patients seem to be in a coma and they are unresponsive and they seem to be unconscious, but sometimes they're not. Sometimes they're fully alive, fully conscious inside, but they have absolutely no motor control. So you cannot treat them as vegetables. And it's important to know that. But how do you know that if they can't report it? Well, you know that by creating this map between patterns of brain activity and experience, and then extrapolating it so you can make an inference regarding whether certain people suffering from locked-in syndrome are really vegetables or actually fully conscious human beings that just lost all kinds of motor control. And it's being used this way. This has been already applied this way, and it's surprisingly effective. And if you think of it, it's like it's a godsend for people with locked-in syndrome. But we can extrapolate it even further and do what therapists take sometimes 5-6 years in a therapy room every week to help a patient become metacognizant of what the patient really is feeling, really is thinking, all the traumas the patient doesn't want to know that he has, all the thoughts the patient wants to admit that he has, all the feelings the patient denies about themselves. If you can shortcut those 6 years and through uh, um, functional brain imaging, you can get quicker feedback into what is actually going on in the mind of the patients the patient by extrapolating this correlative map between patterns of brain activity and experience. It will be incredibly powerful. It may even guide the development of new psychoactive drugs to deal with depression, to deal with anxiety. So I think this is the key application of integrated information theory, is to construct this map that can be extrapolated inferentially, as opposed to giving a physicalist account of consciousness, which it can't do. Now, philosophically, I think we can extrapolate that even further. When integrated information theory creates its complexes, which are modeled mathematically through graph and information theory, that is a representation of the information dynamics reflected in certain patterns of brain activity. It's a mathematically handy representation of the experiences that go hand in hand with certain patterns of brain activity. That's what the theory does. But I think we can go further. I think we can interpret those graphs not only as a theoretically handy representation of inner experience or certain patterns of brain activity, but I think we can interpret those graphs as the most direct description we have of ontologically primary mental states. In other words, I think integrated information theory is, or at least can be, the first theory of the Kantian noumena that we have ever developed. And physics is not that, because physics is fundamentally based on perception. Even if we use perception enhancing instruments like telescopes, microscopes, oscilloscopes, particle accelerators, and whatnot, we still have to perceive the output of those instruments. In other words, everything still gets filtered through perception, gets filtered through the Kantian phenomenal, which are the contents of perception. Everything gets filtered through the way reality presents itself to us, as opposed to how reality is in and of itself, which is the Kantian noumena. I think the graphs of IIT can be interpreted as a direct description of noumenal states, unmediated by perception, unmediated by the Kantian phenomena. And if we can do this, and if we can use human introspection to calibrate this mapping between, perceptual states or physical states or phenomenal states on the one hand, and noumenal or mental or cognitive states on the other hand, if we can use introspection to calibrate this map, we can then extrapolate it to the rest of nature. Because now, not only do we have a description of the mental states associated with physical brain activity, we now can have a description of the mental states associated with a volcano, with a supernova, with the solar system, with the inanimate universe as a whole. Because after all, the brain is made of the same quantum fields that make up the rest of nature too. So if brain activity correlates with inner experience in the case of the brain, why wouldn't it correlate with inner experience in the case of all the rest of nature, which is constituted of exactly the same quantum fields as the brain? And it is this extrapolation step that I think allows us to interpret the representations in IIT, that graph structure with which IIT represents experiential complexes calibrated by brain activity. We can take those graphs and say, not only is this a direct, most direct possible representation of a person's inner mental states, they can be used to describe the noumenal states of nature at large, the cognitive states, that constitute nature and which present themselves to us through perception as perceptual or phenomenal states. I think that's what can be done. And I think that is desperately what we need to do. I think IIT, from that perspective, and this is a big thing what I'm about to say, it tends to be more fundamental than physics. Because physics, although today being considered the most fundamental science, it is still a science of the phenomena, a science of how nature presents itself to us, as opposed to how nature is in and of itself, independent of perception. And IIT can be the latter. IIT can come before physics. It can be a more primary, more fundamental theory of nature as it is than physics. And this insight goes all the way back to Schopenhauer, one of Schopenhauer's wonderful those short statements. I forgot the English word. Not a maxima, not maxima, but I forgot the English term for that. When you capture a sophisticated thought in a short statement, I forgot. But one of his short statements that were so profound, it was the following, and he wrote it in volume 2 of The World as Will and Representation. He wrote, "We must learn to understand nature from ourselves, not ourselves from nature." This is world-changing wisdom. And this one short little sentence is the key to a lot of things. It's the key to a completely different understanding of reality. Because Schopenhauer's insight was the following. He was working less than 2 decades after Kant published the Critique of Pure Reason. I think it was 1780, and by 1818, Schopenhauer had published The World as Will and Representation. So it was the work of his youth and came very shortly after Kant. And Kant had said, we have no access to the noumena. We have no access, no possible access to the world as it is in itself. All we can access is how the world presents itself to us, which is phenomena, perception. And the noumena are forever beyond our reach. And Schopenhauer's insight was the following. We cannot access most of the noumena because we are not most of the noumena. We are not the world as it is in itself. So we can only access it through phenomena, through how the world presents itself to us. But there is one part of the world that we can access directly, and that's us. We are also essentially noumenal. Now, the image on the mirror or the image on the computer screen, that's phenomena. That's how we present ourselves to perception, to external observation. That's what we see when we look down, when we look into a mirror, that's phenomena. But when we are not looking, when we close our eyes, when we enter a perfect sensory deprivation chamber, we don't cease to exist. When the phenomena disappear, we don't disappear. When perception is gone, we don't disappear. There is still something it is like to be us. We still have thoughts, we still have emotions, we still have will, das Wille, which was Schopenhauer's word for it. So we, and that will, that's noumenal. That's what remains when the phenomena disappear. When perception is gone, there remains something. And that can only be the noumena. That can only be the thing in itself. And in our case, the noumena is the will. And Schopenhauer said, and so is the rest of nature. The rest of nature is also made of cognitive states, in which he called the will. The will is just the key example of an endogenous mental state that does not depend on perception. So we have to understand nature from ourselves. We have to extrapolate what it is like to be us towards what it is like to be nature at large. That's the movement. It's from introspection to nature, not from nature to what it is like to be us, because otherwise we are restricting us to phenomena. And phenomena is never the thing in itself. It's just a representation. And therefore, if we are only representation, then we are empty. And therefore, physicalism, there is no consciousness. Eliminativism, illusionism, there cannot be any consciousness. There cannot be any mind. Behaviorism, all there is phenomena. All there is how things present themselves. In other words, behavior, perceptual behavior, the things that we can perceive. And there is no noumenal for us. We are empty. We are just what you can see in the mirror. We are just the behavior that can be apprehended from the outside. That's a direct consequence of trying to understand ourselves from nature, because we aren't nature out there. All we have is representation. All we have is perception, phenomena. So if we try to understand ourselves from that, then we are empty, which is our dilemma. It's exactly what we are going through right now. It's exactly the motivation for the absolute hysterical nonsense of eliminativism and behaviorism and illusionism. It's that. It's the attempt to try to understand ourselves from nature, because then we cut the only access to the noumena we have. We cut the only thing that can inform us about reality beyond representation. We cut that off, and then we are left with emptiness. Schopenhauer went deep and said, no, it's the other way around. We can access this noumena in here. So let's infer the rest from us. And that's the basis of extrapolating IIT from the personal noumenal to the noumena of nature at large. It's precisely this Schopenhauer movement. And I think that the future of human philosophy depends on that. And the most promising path is through IIT. IIT also has a direct way to conceptually account for dissociation. That will get very technical. I'm not going to go into the details, but the mathematically formalized notion in IIT that is called exclusion, the principle of exclusion, which is mathematically formalized in IIT, that's a direct way to make sense of dissociation. Dissociation is the play of the exclusion principle of IIT. If we understand that, we can account for life. And that's an enormous step forward in the human understanding of nature. So yes, I'm very excited about that possibility.
Okay, well, that is definitely exciting. All right, so then, okay, so analytic idealists definitely delve more into integrated information theory. So, but what about global workspace theory and analytic idealism? Do you think they can possibly go together, or do you think they just aren't as compatible?
Probably, to the extent that global workspace theory is consistent with empirical observations, you could speak of a certain compatibility, but it doesn't have the mathematical arsenal, the formal arsenal that IIT has. And therefore, I wouldn't know how to merge the two. It's too hand wavy in my view, and it doesn't really honor the properties of experience as we can access through introspection in the way that IIT does. IIT starts with 5 fundamental properties of experience that we all can act through introspection. There may be too many. I think 3 are solid, 5 apply only to human egoic experience. So there can be some discussion there. But the fact that IIT honors the introspectively accessible properties of experience puts it ahead of global workspace theory and other theories of consciousness that completely disregard what the properties of consciousness as we can access them through introspection. And I think that's a shortcoming of the other theories. Sometimes this shortcoming is downright ridiculous, pathetic, grotesque. There is an attempt now by an infamous group at the Imperial College in London to account for the psychedelic experience. Well, it's an old attempt, actually. It's several years old now, but it's still in vogue. They try to account for the psychedelic experience through an increase in brain noise of 0.005% on average, and in brain noise. And that accounts for the unfathomable depths of the psychedelic experience. I mean, that's grotesque. That's silly to the point of being pathetic. It completely ignores the qualities of experience. Namely, a psychedelic experience is not TV static. It's not noise. It's semantically rich. There are many recognizable patterns in it, that being the reason why it's so semantically rich. And its force is tremendous. It's much more intense than ordinary experience. So how can you try to account for it by a 0.005% increase in brain noise? I mean, it's an affront to reason. And that's what you get when you have a theory of consciousness that doesn't take seriously what consciousness is, what the contents of consciousness are. And IIT does that. I don't think the others do. And none of the others has the depth and the richness of rigorous mathematical instrumentation that IIT has developed. So I don't feel anywhere near the same level of enthusiasm for anything else out there.
Yeah, I'll have to admit I have quite a bit more to learn about global workspace theory, but from what I have learned, it's not very appealing to me. In IIT seems to just I don't know, seems to fit a lot better with what we're going for. So let's see. I guess the next question, and this actually is something you've actually written a paper about already quite a while ago, but I think it's still good just to get it out there on video for other people. Um, is one ever really unconscious, like in sleep or deep sleep, stuff like that? Are they ever really unconscious?
There are excellent reasons to answer this in the negative. Let's take some typical examples that we associate with unconsciousness. Syncope or passing out, when people pass out. That's a state of unresponsiveness. The person is not responding to external stimulus. But teenagers worldwide have figured out that syncope can give them a psychedelic experience without drugs. So if you breathe very, very, very fast, very deeply, very fast for a long time, you will pass out because you hyperoxygenate your blood. Blood alkalinity level will increase. An increased alkalinity level is toxic to the brain. So the capillary vessels in the brain will constrict to save the brain from that toxicity. That will lead to significantly reduced blood flow to the brain, and therefore you will pass out because you just don't have enough blood in your brain. Now, you would think that should eliminate consciousness, and from the outside, it looks like that because the person is unresponsive. But now the person is likely tripping, having a psychedelic experience, and teenagers have found that out, and therefore they use these hyperventilation techniques. Not only teenagers, therapists have figured out that hyperventilation can lead to transformative inner experience, and so they use it in therapy. It's called breath work, and it was developed by a Czech psychologist who emigrated to the US decades ago. Let's take another example. When G-force induced loss of consciousness, or G-lock, which is what pilots suffer when they are pulling more than 9 Gs, or what they suffer when they are doing centrifuge training, when they're rotated around to induce high Gs and they pass out. Well, it turns out that when they come round, they report, quote, memorable dreams. And that's a paper by Winery, husband and wife, published in 1990. So 33 years ago. So that too is, you seem to lose consciousness, but all you lose is responsiveness to the environment. Technically, we speak of unconnected consciousness. Your consciousness disconnects from the world, but it doesn't disappear because you have memorable dreams. Another example, the choking game. You can partly strangulate yourself, and then you become unresponsive, but you're having a psychedelic trip. You're having profound inner experiences. And that's also the so-called choking game. Nobody should play, certainly if you're alone, because you can actually die. If you pass out and there is that thing still in your neck, eventually you will die. So don't do that. Psychedelics reduce brain activity significantly and lead to profound inner experiences, even when the tripper is unresponsive. Sleep, even when you're not dreaming, and dreams have very recognizable patterns on an EEG. So if you're instrumented with an EEG cap, researchers monitoring your sleep know exactly when you're not dreaming. And research was done, and subjects were awoken when the researchers knew that they were not dreaming. And they were asked then to immediately tell the researchers, were you experiencing something right now, just before we woke you up? Because if you wait too long, you will forget that you were experiencing something, just like you forget your dream in the morning. By the time you put your foot on the floor, you already forgot your dream. People forget very quickly after waking up that they were experiencing something. So that's why this research was set up in this way. Subjects would be awoken and then in a startling way, very quickly be asked, were you experiencing something? And lo and behold, they would say yes, they were experiencing something. Experiences that fell into 3 different categories. Sleep thinking, which is different from a dream because it's non-immersive. In a dream, the dream immerses you. The imagery of the dream, you're immersed in them. In sleep thinking, the thinking is inside you, but you're not immersed by that thinking. Another category was states of non-self, experiential states that were not grounded in the notion of a static individual self, transpersonal states of experience. That was the second category. And the third one was subliminal perception. So even when you were sleeping and unresponsive, apparently people still experience bodily states. Like they still experience the consistency of their blanket if they move and rub their feet on it, or they still experience a subtle airflow on their ears and cheeks. Perceptual states are still experienced during non-dreaming but conscious sleep states. So I could go on and on. Anesthesia, there is excellent reason to think that we don't experience pain in anesthesia because pain correlates with heart rate and blood pressure, and these things are monitored. So the anesthesiologist knows that you're not experiencing pain, but you're having other experiential states. There's been a book written about it. It's just that we don't remember that afterwards. Why? Because it's difficult to remember non-metacognitive experiential states. That's why we forget our dreams so quickly, even though we dream every night 5 times, at least. But also because one of the drugs in the general anesthesia cocktail, and anesthesiologists don't like to talk about it for reasons that will become obvious, but it's an established fact. It's not even really a secret. It's just that people don't like to talk about it. One of the drugs is a drug that prevents the formation of memory pathways. So you don't remember what you experienced during general anesthesia because a drug was injected in you to prevent you from remembering it. That's why when you come back, you think nothing happened. There was a drug there that was engineered for this purpose. So, there's very good reason to think that we are never unconscious. It's just that we become sometimes unresponsive, and sometimes we don't remember what we experienced. So we think we were unconscious. But the lack of the memory of an experience does not entail or imply the lack of the experience.
Precisely. And I just want to recommend for the audience too, there's a paper you wrote back in 2017 that was really good. It's titled "There is an quote unquote unconscious, but it may well be conscious." And so you go into a lot of vivid detail there. So anybody who wants to explore it, I really recommend that paper. It's great. So aside from DID and talking about dissociation and stuff like that, are there other avenues to sort of explain how we get minds like ourselves? Are there rival explanations out there?
I think many other formulations of objective idealism, in other words, I'm using the word objective to contrast it with Bishop Berkeley's subjective idealism, according to which to be is to be perceived, so things only exist insofar as they are perceived. I disagree with that. I think there is a real world out there that exists even when it's not being perceived. It's just that it's also made of mental states, just like our inner life is made of mental states. So I acknowledge the existence of an objective external world, objective from our point of view. And all forms of objective idealism acknowledge the same. There is a real external world, it's just mental. There are other formulations of objective idealism that I think are also plausible, but I don't mean to naively put analytic idealism above everything else in an epistemically arrogant way. On the other hand, if I didn't see shortcomings in other formulations of objective idealism, I wouldn't have come up with analytic idealism, right? The fact that I came up with it means that I saw a gap somewhere that I tried cover. And that gap is, how do you account for the separation between our individual minds and the objective world? Because the moment we acknowledge that there is a real world out there, by saying that it's out there, we are implying immediately that there is a boundary between the us in here and the world out there. How does that boundary arise? What is that boundary? That is, I think, the Achilles heel of objective idealism, which Dave Chalmers encapsulated in the problem that he called the decomposition problem. How does the one mind of nature seem to become many with these boundaries, with these divisions between the subject in here and the world out there? Accounting for that, I think, is critical. And an analytic idealism, what characterizes it as different from other objective idealism is this notion of dissociation being the mechanism that creates this boundary. And this boundary being not a physical extended boundary, but a cognitive boundary, a dissociative boundary, a boundary that prevents links of association that could lead us from our own thoughts to the thoughts that characterize the world as if they were our own. Those associative links are not there because of a dissociative process. So I think from that perspective, insofar as my recognizing a gap, insofar as that recognition was correct, insofar as there really was a gap, then I think analytic idealism is a superior hypothesis to the extent that it can cover that gap through dissociation. Now, I defend dissociation on empirical grounds, acknowledging that we don't yet have a full conceptual model of dissociation. We do know it happens. It's the evidence is now undeniable since the turn of the century with the advent of neuroimaging. The evidence is firm and undeniable. Nobody that has looked into it now thinks that the dissociation is some kind of fables and patients are lying about it. No, people who looked into the evidence know that patients are not lying about it. But I would still like, before this round is done, before Bernardo Kastrup is done with, I would still like to work on a formal, rigorous, to some extent mathematical model of dissociation. So we have more than just empirical observation. We have a deeper understanding of the dynamisms that lead to dissociation. I think the way to go about it is to apply the principle of exclusion in integrated information theory. I have many ideas in this regard already. Hopefully I will have time going forward, despite the many other things that are on my plate, to elaborate on this further, maybe with the help of Julio and Christoph and other people who are working on IIT. And then I think it would be, the only truly analytic version of objective idealism, if it can, in addition to the empirical substantiation, also have this rigorous quasi-mathematical articulation based on graph and information theory.
Okay, yeah, and I would say that I'm definitely looking forward to more writings about that in the future, about you getting into more detail about this process of dissociation and all that. That's a topic that fascinates me a lot. I actually have a video called Idealism and the Decombination Problem, is what I called it. And I kind of
I
have
think
my
I've
own
seen it.
approach. Cool. Wow, that's an honor. That's
But
awesome.
it's an old video, isn't it? Because I
It
think I
is.
saw it a long time ago.
Yeah, it's a little bit older by now. I think it might be a year old or maybe a year and a half by now. But yeah, like, well, there's like there was two. I remember there was like the first time I had an interview with you. There was one where I called conscious dream characters and dissociation.
Oh yes,
There
yes,
was
yeah. Now
that
I remember
one.
it. Yeah,
Yeah,
I've
so
seen
that
that.
one. And
Yeah.
I have another video that came out like about a year ago where I go into much more detail called Idealism and the Decombination Problem. And I kind of explore how maybe hypnagogia might be able to help answer some of this as well. It's that transitional state. So if anyone's curious, they can check that out. That's just
I
something
will
they
check
can
it
do.
up. You guys are a thoughtful duo. I'll check that up.
Thank you. That would be an honor. Appreciate that. And when your work comes out in the future, I will be the first to get into that. I love that topic. So some
Let's hope I can do
people,
it.
yes, right? Oh yeah, that's right. You said before the round's over, hopefully. That's right. You're a busy man. Um, so another point that some people have tried to say, I don't know exactly who. I think Kyle might know maybe who have said this. They say that most solutions that the idealists are trying to use here. It's basically the solutions that panpsychists would use for the combination problem, but just in reversed. Do you think that's a mischaracterization? Do you think they're accurate? Do you think they're onto something? What do you think?
No, I think that it's not even a matter of argument. It's a matter of evidence. Dissociation happens. It's a clinical and neuroscientific fact. I can mention two of the more spectacular studies in this regard. Almost 10 years ago, Jolanda Schlumf here in the Netherlands, she collected a set of patients clinically diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder. And then she hired a bunch of actors to pretend to themselves that they were dissociated. Not to pretend to an audience, but to try to adopt a dissociative state in their own minds. And she put both groups under an fMRI to measure their brain activity. And the question was, can we, in a double-blind manner, look at those brain scans and correctly discern the group of actors from the group of clinically diagnosed patients? In other words, is there objective evidence for dissociation that does not depend on patient reports, but can be done through neuroimaging in a very objective way, an objective diagnosis based on fMRI data? Can we do that? And the answer was, yes, you can. There is something true dissociation looks like under a brain scanner. And fake dissociation looks like something else. So yes, dissociation is for real. That's the result of that study published in PLOS 1 in 2014, if I remember correctly. There's another study a year later. This was not a prospective study. It was not done by neuroscientists, but by clinicians, psychiatrists. So they had some methodological issues when they were submitting it to peer review because they were not researchers, they are clinicians, but the result is remarkable nonetheless. One of their patients was a woman suffering from dissociative identity disorder, and she had many alters. Two of those alters peculiarly claimed to be completely blind, not be able to see anything. So they had this idea to put an EEG cap on her and measure her brain activity, both when a sighted alter was in control, when the host personality was in executive control, and when an alter that claimed to be blind had executive control. And lo and behold, when a blind alter was in control, there was no activity in the visual cortex of this person that the EEG cap could pick up. And you can't fake that. The woman's eyes were open, and there was nothing physiologically wrong with her brain, her optic nerve, her retina, nothing wrong. She was a fully sighted woman, the host personality. But with her eyes open, when a dissociated alter that claimed to be blind had executive control, there was no brain activity in the visual cortex. You can't fake that, right? And when the host personality was back in control, then there was normal activity in the visual cortex at the back of the head. So there's plenty of evidence that dissociation is a fact. It's not a fake. It's not a story. It's not hand wavy. It's not vague. No, it literally makes you blind to what is right in front of your bloody open eyes. So that it can make you blind to the thoughts of another person or to their cognitive surroundings is no longer a leap of faith, because we know dissociation very well can do that. So that's the distinction between the tentative solutions to the combination problem and to an empirical solution to the decombination problem in idealism. There is an empirical fact. What is essentially and fundamentally one mind can seem to be many disjoint centers of awareness with a separate sense of self. This is an empirical fact. You don't have to have a philosophical discussion about the plausibility of an argument or the internal consistency of an argument to argue for the possibility of combination of fundamentally different subjectivities. You escape all of that muddleness of theoretical inferences and plausibility discussion. You don't need any of that, because here we have an empirical fact that solves the decombination problem for idealism. It is a fact that one mind can seem to be many. Whether we understand the details of the dynamics behind that, which I acknowledge we don't understand yet, but I think we will, using IIT and the principle of exclusion. But even if we don't, even if we never reach that point, it doesn't change the empirical fact that it happens in nature. It is possible because it happens. And that's all we need to argue for a solution to decomposition under analytic idealism. We only need to point to a natural fact, an empirically proven natural fact, without any philosophical discussion about whether it's plausible or not. Nature doesn't care whether we think it's plausible or not. Nature is showing us, look, it happens. Here it is. Whether
Yeah.
you understand it or not, whether you think it's plausible or not, whether it fits with your theoretical prejudices or not, it's your problem. Here it is, the thing exists. So no, it's not at all comparable to grasping, vague attempts at solving the combination problem for panpsychism. It's not anywhere in the same league. It's not in the same world.
Yeah, precisely. I think they're trying to, I suspect this person is trying to put at this bottom-up panpsychism and this dissociative idealism, analytic idealism, as if they're on the same level, like as if, well, we're both having the same problem. One's going up, one's going down.
Of
And no,
course.
no, you explained well that actually we can make much more sense of one thing breaking up into many rather than two things coming together, forming this new thing that's over and above the two things. And so it's just, yeah. And we have empirical evidence for this.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
absolutely. So
But it's
Kyle,
natural that they'll try to argue that we are all in the same boat. Yeah. Okay.
sure. Yeah, of course, they wanted to pull us down to their level. So, all right. So Kyle has some actually very, very interesting questions about Sean Carroll and some of his thoughts here. So why don't you go ahead and get into that?
This has to have been the most requested question on the internet. It's never gonna happen. And if it does, like I'll send you a box of Brussels sprouts or whatever it is you said you.
Yeah, you
Anyway,
know that I like them.
yeah. I remember hearing that. I was like, ah, yeah, the roasted kind too. I like that.
Oh, I love them.
Okay, so I don't think this will ever happen. I don't think Sean Carroll will ever debate you. So, but there's thousands of people who are like, make a debate that a fake one. So we'll do rapid fire things here. And it just so happened that about 2 years ago, Sean Carroll was debating a guy named Lucas Perry. I'll send it in the show notes, the link. But he was just bashing on idealism, but he was conflating Berkeleyan idealism for all idealism. He says he's an eliminativist now, but he's an emergentist, but he thinks consciousness is real. But anyways, we'll go to this. It's very interesting, and so this is for
And
all the thousands of people.
that's Lucas Perry from the Moo podcast.
The future of life, I think.
Oh yeah, yeah, from also former Singularity University. Yeah, I talked to him once for
Yeah,
hours.
yeah. So Sean Carroll never debate you, so I guess this is what we'll do. We'll just keep it quick, but yeah, if MI wants to take the first one,
Oh, sure.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. Well, so Carroll tries to say that the findings of quantum mechanics have allowed people to posit these non-physical ideas, but then he says, but that's actually not correct. So he says it's crazy to leave these conclusions about the role of the observer in the mind, and that this is old news from 80 years ago, and that there are physicalist theories that 100% explain the data. He blames videos like What the Bleep and all of that for making people believe idealism is true, but that's just all wrong. Physicists do not need to rupture the connection between quantum mechanics and physicalism.
Okay, this is a difficult one to answer because there is a sense in which I agree and a sense in which I profoundly disagree. So let me try to be clear. I think quantum mechanics has been vastly abused by the new age, by other people. They see a mystery and then they try to co-opt that mystery in order to substantiate whatever silly views they have. I think that's a widespread problem. And I think it is fair to point it out. I also don't think that the observer has the magical power to change the ontic structure of the world as it is. In other words, I don't think the process we call collapse is an ontic reality, an ontic change, an ontic transition in the world out there as it is in itself. We don't have this magical power of changing the world just by looking at it. I do not think that the conscious observer has the magical power to change the world as it is in itself. But I disagree that the results in quantum mechanics have no philosophical implications, or that there is a physicalist theory, anything deserving of that name, that accounts for the results. And I will be specific now about what I mean by these results. The results I'm talking about are the results that got a Nobel Prize last year, which are based on the experiments with two entangled particles, in which one is shot at near the speed of light in one direction, the other is shot at the same time in the opposite direction. And after they cover a certain distance, two different scientists, say Alice on the one side and Bob on the other, Alice makes a measurement on particle A, and Bob makes a measurement on particle B in different places, but concurrently at exactly the same time. Now, what the experiment shows, in its many incarnations, progressively eliminating all the loopholes, arguably the final loophole was eliminated in 2015, and by 2022, that was recognized and got the Nobel Prize. What the experiment shows is that what Alice chooses to measure about particle A determines what Bob sees when Bob measures particle B. Let me repeat this so it really comes through. What Bob sees when he looks at particle B depends entirely on what Alice chose to measure about particle A, even if that other measurement was done on the opposite side of the universe at the same time before any information could have been transmitted from Alice to Bob. What this shows is that, contrary to physicalist assumptions, which entail that physical entities have standalone existence, they have the properties they have regardless of observation. An act of observation merely discloses the properties the particle already had immediately prior to the measurement. This is contradicted by the experiment, because if particles A and B had whatever properties they had, independently of measurement, then Alice's choice of what to measure should not change what Bob sees when he looks at particle B. What seems to be the case is that the physical properties of particles A and B are the result of a measurement. We cannot speak of their having defined physical properties prior to the act of measurement. It is the act of measurement that brings out the existence of the physical property. Now, there are two mainstream ways, well, mainstream, it's not mainstream at all, but there are two main ways that you can try to avoid this conclusion, and both entail unprovable, rather grotesque theoretical fantasies. One of them is the Everettian many worlds interpretation. You can say that all possible outcomes of measurement actually happen, but they happen in a parallel, inaccessible universe, where there is another copy of you, another copy of Alice, and in that other universe, Alice has chose to measure something else about particle A, and all possible choices and all possible results are equally valid, and they just happen in different parallel universes. We see what we see because we happen to be in this one parallel universe. Now, this is the ultimate subterfuge, the most inflationary hypothesis the human mind can conceive in a coherent way, because it basically says that whatever discombobulating experimental outcome you see, it means nothing, because all the other outcomes happen in some equally valid parallel universe that is inaccessible, that we can never reach, that we can never have evidence for. So you don't need to fret about results that contradict your prejudices, because all the other results that didn't contradict your prejudices, they happen in some inaccessible, invisible universe. If anything is a subterfuge, it's got to be this. If anything is an unjustifiable, empirically, completely unjustifiable fantasy, it's got to be this, because these other parallel universes not only are inaccessible in practice, they are inaccessible in principle. In other words, there will never be a time when we might have some evidence for their existence. It's purely a theoretical fantasy. And it's the most inflationary theoretical fantasy that can be conceived, because it means that the universe splits in two equally large universes, every time there is a microscopic subatomic interaction anywhere in the universe. This makes the Big Bang look like a bang snap. It is an exponential thermonuclear explosion of empirically unverifiable stuff. You cannot wrap your head around how empirically unfalsifiable, how much of this stuff is supposed to be out there, and you can never have evidence for it. I mean, if you take this seriously, I cannot. My intellect is put together in a way that I cannot possibly take this seriously. I mean, this is the ultimate subterfuge to maintain your prejudices in the face of evidence. It's this. If anything is the ultimate subterfuge, it is this. The other one is called superdeterminism. And what it says is the following. The parameters of the measurement apparatus determine what the particle that is measured is. So the particle that was there before you measured is not the particle that is there after you measure. So to bring this to life with a metaphor, the analogy here is the following. Suppose that you are a photographer and you want to photograph the moon. And the moon you have to photograph at night, so you have to choose the settings of your camera very carefully. The exposure time, the aperture, you have to choose them carefully to make a proper photograph of the moon. Superdeterminism in this analogical context means that the choice of the aperture and exposure time in your camera will determine what the moon is. The settings of your camera will change the moon. So the moon that appears on the photo is not the moon that was there just before you snapped the photo, because the settings of the camera when you made the photo changed the moon. So even if what you see on the photo is not consistent with your prejudices, you can ignore it because the real moon that was there before the photo was something else. And it's something else that you cannot know. But that's not the worst. The worst part is that, remember, what Bob sees depends on what Alice chooses to measure. Even if Bob is on the other side of the universe and the measurements are concurrent. So somehow the settings of Alice's camera have to change not only the particle that Alice photographs, but instantly change the particle that Bob sees on the other side of the universe. That's the hypothesis. And now you might think, well, there has to be more to it than that. They must have a theoretical model about what these hidden variables here are and how they do what they do. And the answer is no, they don't. There is no theoretical model of the hidden variables, except for toy models that don't apply to the real world. They apply only to toy universes. So they're merely mathematical exercises with no relationship to reality. Nobody has made a proposal about what these hidden variables that do this magic might be. Nobody has anywhere near a workable model of these, the way these hidden variables work. The way the hidden variables are defined is in terms of what they need to do. In other words, the postulate is that there are hidden things in nature that do whatever needs to be done so we can continue to believe in physicalism. That's how it is defined. And I don't think that's valid. I don't think that's a valid move in science. There was an experiment proposed to try to find hidden variables even without defining the hidden variables. Normally, you can only find something if you define it. Like Peter Higgs defined the Higgs boson and gave us energy ranges and gave us possibilities about what it would decay into. He did all that in the 1960s, and then we found it in 2012 because he gave us what to look for. And without defining the hidden variables, we don't have what to look for. So we can't design an experiment. So there was an attempt several years ago to come up with an experiment that could find them even without defining them. I don't know if you want to get into the details of the experiment. I'll not talk about the details right now, but after I'm done with this answer, you can always ask me and I will give you the details then. But the problem with that experiment is that it is unfalsifiable. In other words, If it doesn't find the hidden variables, you cannot conclude that there are no hidden variables. It is an experiment that cannot falsify the hypothesis it is testing. In other words, it's not a valid experiment because it will never give us closure. It's fundamentally incapable of giving us closure. So we don't have a definition of the hidden variables. We don't have a definition of their mechanism of action, and we don't have an experiment. So in other words, it's pure fantasy that aims at sustaining a prejudice. If these two fantasies, superdeterminism and Everestian many worlds, if these are the physical theories that Sean Carroll is referring to when he says that we have a theoretical account of the experiments that disprove non-contextuality, which is this notion that what Bob sees depends on what Alice chooses to measure. It's technically called non-contextuality. So if he's saying that there's a theoretical, acknowledged theoretical way to argue that non-contextuality was falsified by 45 years of experimentation and a Nobel Prize, if he's referring to these two fantasies, then it's nonsense. Then it's just a reflection of his own ability to believe in his favorite metaphysical prejudice. If he does not want to part with the notion that physical entities have standalone reality, then he will take this theoretical fantasy seriously, but that's an expression of belief and preference, that there is no science in here. Science entails experimentation and empirical evidence. None of these two hypotheses, neither of them has anything remotely related to empirical evidence and experiment. On the contrary, they make the hidden variables in the parallel universes sort of fundamentally inaccessible to experiment and evidence. The alternative is much simpler. The alternative is that what is measured is not physical in the sense of not being characterizable through physical quantities. In the same way that, let's use an analogy that I often use. Take an airplane. An airplane has sensors that measure the states of the sky outside the airplane. And the results of those measurements are displayed on the dials on a dashboard. If the airplane doesn't measure anything, then the dashboard displays nothing, right? But that doesn't mean that the thing measured didn't exist. No, it's only the measurement that didn't happen. The sky is still out there. It still has the states that it has. But because those states were not measured, the dashboard shows nothing. What the dashboard does show when you make a measurement is something that is correlated with the states of the sky, but is not itself the states of the sky. In other words, the dashboard is not the sky, but you can fly by instruments alone at night in a storm, because the states of the dashboard convey information about the states of the sky without being the sky. Under analytic idealism, the physical world is a dashboard, and we are flying by instruments all the time. We also have sensors like the airplane: retinas, eardrums, outer surface of the skin, lining of the nose, and the papilla of the tongue. These are our sensors. They measure the real world out there. And those measurements are reported to us in the form of an internal dashboard that we call perception, or the colloquially physical world, the things we see, smell, taste, touch, and so on. If we don't measure, then nothing appears on the dashboard. And that's why physical entities do not have standalone existence before measurement. Physical entities are dashboard representations. If you don't measure, then there are no physical entities. You see, if Bob and Alice don't make a measurement, then there are no physical entities. There is no sense to saying that physical entities exist prior to a measurement, for the same reason that there is no sense in saying that dashboard indications have existence prior to the sensors making a measurement. They don't exist prior to a measurement because they are representations of the measurement outcome. Physical entities are representations of measurement outcomes. Therefore, they don't exist if no measurement is done. And it's trivial. It's not magic. It's not difficult to understand. It's not mind-boggling. Physical entities are not the real entities of the world as it is in itself. Physical entities are phenomenal representations that arise upon our measuring the world. And what is the world? the world is made of mental states that are themselves not describable through physical quantities. What is the length in centimeters of a thought? What's the weight in kilograms of an emotion? But those real states, non-physical real states of the world, they exist whether we are measuring or not, but they're not physical. So I lost my train of thought, but there's something else I want to account, which is the correlation between what Bob sees and what Alice sees. This instantaneous correlation at a distance, which Einstein characterized as a spooky action at a distance. This too disappears if we understand that physical entities are just representations upon measurement of real states of the world, but aren't themselves the real states of the world. And I would do that through another analogy. Suppose you are a football fan and you want to watch the game from your home. You're not going to the stadium is far away, and you buy two enormous television sets to watch the same game through two different broadcasters, say ESPN and NBC, and you're watching the game through these two different broadcasters in your living room at the same time. Now imagine also that ESPN has their own cameras in the stadium and NBC has their own cameras too. So the images on the two television screens will be different because they are taken through different camera angles and so forth. But they will be completely correlated because they are images of the same game, the real thing in the stadium. If there were a time traveler from the 18th century that came to visit you and were watching the game with you, he would be discombobulated, because how can the little man in the box to the left know exactly where the little man in the box to the right are going and act in a way that is instantaneously correlated at the difference, even though the two boxes are not communicating to one another? There is no wire, there's nothing there. How do they know where the other little men are going so they can move in a consistent way? It's magical. It's spooky action at a distance. Why does a time traveler think that? Because the time traveler mistakes the representation for the thing in itself. The images on the television screen are not the game. They are representations of the game. The actual game is happening at the stadium. And if you have two different representations of the same underlying reality, yes, they will be instantaneously correlated at a distance, and there is no problem unless you regard the two representations as the things in themselves. Now you have a problem. If you think there are real little men running around inside one box and other real little men running around inside the other box, the fact that their behavior is synchronized is discombobulating when they can't communicate with one another in different boxes. So that's what we see with these experiments in quantum entanglement. Entangled particles are not two different entities. Entangled particles are two different representations of the same underlying non-physical but real state of the world. And that's why they are always correlated, just because they are two camera angles into the same reality. That real state that is measured, it is what it is, and it exists independent of observation. It is there before we measured it. But our choice of what to measure is our choice of camera angle. And therefore, the image produced depends on our choice of the camera angle, because it gives us the perspective through which we look at the real state of the world. That's what we call collapse. It's the production of a representation. It's not a magical thing. We are not magically changing the real state of the world. We are only producing a different representation of it upon measurement, because we choose how we look at the world. You see? So collapse is a translation of the real state of the world into one of our internal representations. And it only happens when we measure, because to represent something, we need to measure it. It's like expecting the dashboard to produce an indication when the airplane sensors are not measuring anything. That's not how it works. And it's not magical. It's not complicated. It's not unreasonable. It's not discombobulating. But we have to face 21st century evidence with 21st century eyes, and not with the eyes of the 18th century time traveler, which is what physicalists are trying to do. They still want to think like somebody from before the time of Goethe. some early 18th century idiot. That's how they want to think about these things. And therefore, invisible parallel universes and magical hidden variables.
I'm gonna have to change the list a little bit because Bernardo already answered a ton of stuff that Sean Carroll brought up.
By all means, yeah, it's all
Um,
good.
so you already mentioned, because he said like the huge barrier to idealism is an external world that's non-conscious, and it seems to be objectively real and complicated and independent of our mind. But you already answered that. He says human beings are identical to fundamental reality. Reality privately within the inside is aware and has qualitative nature to it, which seems to be in tension with the qualitative descriptions out there. You already answered that one too. Wow.
Most people who think idealism is nonsense are not aware of developments in idealism. So they're
No,
burning straw men.
True. It's so true.
sorry, 1 second here.
No, yeah. So I'll just add on top of that really quick. It really is the case. I actually did a response video, a stream to Graham Oppie, which you debated Graham Oppie a while back, or actually he it ended up being him just asking you questions because even he knew that like, well, maybe I don't know as much about idealism as I thought I did. Maybe he's not ready for a debate, and I'm glad he did that. That's just the right thing to do. It's before you debate idealism, before you want to object to it, you should at least find out more about it. And I'm not saying that as like a against Oppie per se, but really against Sean Carroll at this point. That's the
At,
target
le
of what I'm getting at.
at least about what happened to it after Bishop Berkeley in the 17th century. At least that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, too, even Berkeley, I mean, so many people misunderstand Berkeley. They think he denies common sense or they think he denies the existence of ordinary objects. And clearly,
He
idealism
doesn't.
has developed. Yeah, he doesn't. I mean, we clearly have more advanced versions of idealism right now that I think are superior to Berkeley's. But even Berkeley's idealism can withstand almost just about any objection that I tend to hear from detractors from idealism. It's pretty lazy thinking on on the part of
He
many other
was not an
people.
idiot. He was far from an idiot. I think the weakness of his argument is that he sees perception as the thing in itself. So he always needs something to be perceiving for there to be a stable external world. He famously, in one of the two hypotheses he raised about it, in one of them he famously said, well, God is always perceiving the world. And I think where things can be articulated better is that in addition to perception, it is the Kantian insight that came 100 years later. Perception doesn't need to be the thing in itself. The thing in itself doesn't even need to look like perception. It can be something else that is represented as perception. So you can still have noumenal states that constitute the world, which exist even when they are not being perceived. And I think that leads to a more parsimonious, more elegant model than a model in which you always need perception to be ongoing. And I think that's where Bishop Berkeley's model is inferior to some of the other stuff that came later, but he's certainly not incoherent. He's not an idiot.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, so Kyle, did you happen to find the quotes or the next question you wanted to get at?
Yeah, because he chopped down most of Sean Carroll's stuff. Like he was even talking about so Sean Carroll then says that we are just made of atoms, okay, and that there's no room for anything else. So he always assumes the dualism in there. He says it's just a pattern that is conscious, and then says there's no problem for physicalism because it's only easy problems. There's no room for extra stuff. Again, the dualism. He says it's
How
just
does he know this shit? How does he know this shit? I mean,
Exactly.
does he have an explicit and coherent model of how consciousness arises from atoms alone? Because you need to have that to declare that there is no need for anything other than atoms. And we know he doesn't have that. So this is an expression of belief.
Carroll thinks the zombie argument is an argument for physicalism because he thinks the introspection would not be any more accurate to describe internal states, whether we were zombies or not. So the reports about introspection are exactly the same as the zombie would have. So he says he's an emergentist, but then says it's unreliable, and then he becomes an illimitivist about it.
Yeah, so he doesn't understand what he's saying.
Um, and yeah, he seems to reject everything that's not reductive physicalism. And I want to know what he would say about last year's local realism being disproven with the Nobel Prize.
I think
Um,
it's more than local realism that was disproven. I think non-contextuality, in other words, physical realism was disproven. But yeah, he will appeal to inaccessible parallel universes and undefined miraculous hidden variables to account for that.
Yeah, and then he says, I don't think the idea that we have internal conscious experiences, therefore somehow by the chain of logic, we need to include that as a category in our ontology. It just doesn't seem to have much purchase for me.
An expression of belief. It doesn't seem to have much purchase for him. Okay, it's what he believes, but it's not an argument.
Uh, uh, non-physicalist arguments about he just thinks that the Frank Jackson argument about Mary seeing red in the black and white room, he thinks it's just a play of words. So he's doing PCS,
The phenomenal cope strategy.
thank you,
Yes.
yeah. He thinks it doesn't help the non-physicalists because it's just an account of physical stuff moving in the brain again. But what is that stuff?
If one thinks that there is nothing more to redness than a number corresponding to a terahertz frequency, then it's difficult to argue with that person because the person starts from a denial of the obvious. And if you start from a denial of the obvious, how can somebody else engage with you because you already don't agree with the starting premise? To think that experiential states can be fully accounted for. In other words, to think that if you provide a long enough list of the right numbers, you will have said everything there is to say about any experiential state. To me, this is so obviously untrue. Like, I don't care which numbers you put in that list and how long the list is. You will never be able to say everything there is to say about the feeling of heartbreak just by giving me a list of numbers. I mean, this seems to be so obvious, so in your face obvious, that to deny this to me is to preempt any debate. If I have to engage somebody who starts by denying this, it's like, okay, no, that we don't even start. I cannot honestly engage in a discussion that starts by denying the obvious. So.
Well, this is the last thing about Sean Carroll here. It's the epistemology that we talked about at the beginning. So Lucas Perry just quickly says that the worlds are indistinguishable because there's no epistemic tool for saying whether or not you're actually conscious, right? So he's saying they're basically causally isomorphic, so you wouldn't know whether or not you were in the conscious world or unconscious world. And then Sean Carroll basically wraps up by saying, if you think that there can be zombies that tell you about their inner experiences, but don't have them, then you must believe that the connection between inner experiences and what you say about them, what you report about them, what you think about them, is entirely 100% unreliable. But you just threw out the whole, we experience something.
I'm not sure about this particular point by Lucas.
Yeah,
From a
the causally,
physicalist perspective. Go
sorry,
ahead, go ahead.
I'm
No, go ahead.
lagging a bit, sorry. It
Uh,
was just about, sorry, I'm gonna stop.
no, go ahead, go ahead.
He says causally isomorphic, but then there's no epistemological tool about whether we know the outside world is conscious. But the starting point for most of metaphysics is that we're aware, and then you just follow the train of logic that you had at the beginning, where you talked about epistemology and bringing it upon ontology, and above beyond the curve of the earth is just more earth, etc. You have lots of examples like that.
Yeah, from a physical, to judge an ontology, we have to approach it in its own terms. Otherwise, we are thinking circularly or begging the question. So within the terms of physicalism, it is coherent to conceive of zombies. Not only that, it seems to be necessary that there are only zombies, because physicalism tries to account for everything purely in terms of structure and function, not in qualitative terms, not in terms of what it is like to perform the function or what it is like to be the structure. Physicalism denies this, so it tries to boil all of reality down to pure structure and function, abstracted away from qualitative essence. In those terms, zombies are a coherent thing to conceive of and may even be a necessary thing to conceive of, because you can, in principle, in practice, I believe not, but in principle, given the lack of knowledge we have of all the causal structures in nature, it is in principle coherent to say that the behavior of a zombie would be identical to the behavior of a sentient human being, because the only thing that is causative in both cases is supposed to be structure and function, and qualitative states are supposed to be just a kind of epiphenomenal glow around the sentient human being, which has no causal force of its own. And structure and function across nature should be causally closed. They should be able to account for all effects without the need for there to be a qualitative state in the causal nexus to account for anything. This is in principle coherent under physicalism, particularly because we don't have causal models for anything macroscopic. You cannot start from microscopic laws in physics, the physics of first principles, Feynman diagrams in quantum field theory, if you want. You cannot start from that and compute a simulation even of large molecules like DNA or large protein molecules and protein folding, because it's an explosion of complexity. There is no computer today in the world, or that will ever be, according to our current computing paradigm, that can deal with that complexity, because it's an exponential explosion. Every time you add a parameter, you multiply the complexity by a large number. So every time you add a new particle, if you're trying to construct a model from first principles up, very quickly, you cannot compute it anymore. In other words, we do not know at all whether any macroscopic causal event in the universe, any one of them, from your breathing to a cup of tea breaking on the floor, we do not know whether those can actually be accounted for in terms of physical first principles at the microscopic level, because nobody has ever or will ever be able to run a simulation that can deal with the complexity involved. So it is an expression of faith to think that nature is causally closed if we start from first principles in foundations of physics. Nobody knows it. Nobody can know it. And most likely, nobody will ever be able to know it unless our computing paradigm is completely different. Because it's a dramatic explosion of complexity, not only because of the number of particles involved, but the number of environmental influences that you have to take into account. So when Sean Carroll says there is no room for anything more than elementary subatomic particles, that is an expression of faith. That's what he believes in. It's not something that has been even remotely demonstrated. We do not know whether that is really true, whether we can compute causally everything of salience in nature starting from first principles. Nobody has ever done that. We can do a few dozens of elementary subatomic particles using Feynman diagrams and compute the outcome of a more complex system. A few dozen subatomic particles. I believe we can go to a few hundreds, maybe a few thousands. But that's much less than a protein molecule or a DNA molecule, let alone a cup of tea breaking on the floor, or life and consciousness. And it is an extraordinary expression of faith to eliminate alternatives by saying that there is no room left for them because physicalism already accounts for everything. This is pure faith. It's almost a form of fanaticism, a form of religious fanaticism, because he should know this. He is a physicist working in foundations of physics. So this is something he should know. He should read two papers called At least one of them is called More Really Is More. There have been a few papers published in Foundations of Physics exploring what I just said, which is we do not know whether there are coarse-grained organizational principles in nature that kick in only at higher levels of complexity. So you can't reduce everything to microscopic quantum field theory laws, because other organizing principles can kick in or emerge, if you want, or kick in when the system is more complex and the environmental circumstances are more diverse. There's no way for us to verify whether this is the case or not, because laboratory experiments entail precisely making the systems small and isolated from environmental influences. That's what we call controlled conditions. The complexity explosion is too dramatic for us to explore the possibility of these coarser-grained organizational principles. So even under the premises of physicalism itself, he still, forget idealism, he still cannot say that we have reasons to consider the world causally closed based on quantum first principles. We don't have reason to say even that. All we have is faith, a form of philosophical faith, that everything should be reducible to the microscopic. If you believe that, then the rest is an implication, but you have to be cognizant that you're starting with a belief, and all but a belief. It's just a belief to say that the macro must be accounted for fully in terms of the micro. I am a reductionist. I think the complex is accounted for in terms of the less complex, but I don't think that this has to do with size, macro and micro. I think the entirety of nature can be accounted for in terms of the patterns of excitation of one field of subjectivity. This is ultimate reductionism. I'm trying to reduce the most complex to the simplest, one unexcited field of subjectivity. This is reductionism. But that field of subjectivity is the most macro thing there is. In other words, I'm trying to reduce the small to the big. And there is good reason to do that in philosophy because of the combination and decomposition problem and the hard problem and all these other things we talked about today. But there is no reason within physicalism to think that we can reduce all the macro to the micro, to the point that there is no room left for anything else. That supreme epistemic arrogance married with a kind of religious-like fanaticism and the ability to believe in something just because you want to believe it.
I mean, you just evaporated Sean Carroll's whole talk. Goed gedaan. I guess the next thing would be Michael Levin's work, unless you wanted to talk, MI, about academic biases for materialism, but you already talked.
I'll just say this real quick,
Yeah,
actually. The fact that Bernardo was able to like preemptively refute Sean Carroll without even hearing a lot of the questions, it goes to show, well, one, that of course Bernardo's experienced and he's debated this a lot, so he knows his stuff, but that, you know, Sean Carroll is predictable, that he's not saying anything new. He's really saying the same old stuff that idealists have already addressed and refuted. And so while he's, you know, a smart physicist, when he talks about physicalism and particularly against idealism and stuff like that, he's just out of his league. And I think he needs to do some actual reading on idealism. And like we already touched base on this, so sorry if I'm just repeating myself a bit, but I mean, these detractors need to actually take the time to understand idealism. Because we've already done this all before. If he would have only done his homework, this could have all been avoided. I mean, none of this had to happen. You could have prevented this, Sean Carroll. So
I think this is an excellent and extremely important point. Apparently, he's being predictable, and that's the hallmark. That's what you need. That's what you need to see. And when you see it, yeah, that's almost the end of the debate, because in being predictable, he's betraying the fact that he's appealing to things, to ground that has already been covered in this discussion, and he's not really aware of the current state of the discussion. Look, this happens so often when I debate people. There are two main reactions I see a lot. One, Kyle already alluded to, which is the other person starts interviewing me after 5 minutes because the other person realizes, oh, what he's saying is not what I expected he would be saying. So let me try to understand this better. And then the debate turns into an interview. So this has happened with Graham Oppie, this has happened with Susan Blackmore and a few others. And I think this is ethically um, a very good move on the side of my interlocutor, because the moment you realize that what the other person is saying is not what they expected the other person to be saying, intellectual honesty requires that you now ask questions to try to understand what the other person actually means. So that they do that, I don't construe it as a sign of weakness at all. I construe it as a sign of at least some degree of intellectual honesty. Another thing, do I want to say this?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't
I
want
will
to say
say,
this. No.
I will say that is good. That is a good faith interpretation. It is good that they do that. That they do turn it into an interview overall. You know, that
Yeah,
they actually, and that they don't pretend to know something that they don't. You know, it's better to actually get that. So that is a good thing that they do that. I will commend them for that.
yeah, yeah. So let's leave it at this. It's
Okay,
a
sure.
good note to leave it at.
Sure. And by the way, and speaking of that, how are you on time? I know we've been going for, I think, about 3 hours. Are you still good on time, or should we start to wrap it up? Or how are you
Uh,
feeling?
I'm still okay. I still have to have dinner, but I'm not too hungry yet. So let's continue.
Perfect.
Cool. Right on. Okay, so where are we now? Because I know we've kind of changed the
Um,
order a bit.
we can skip a bit because actually this is just something quickly to bring up for the people who try to debate idealism too. If you look at something like the Britannica Encyclopedia, even they're very materialistic. You have maybe a page for idealism, and they say it's like a perennial philosophy that will stay, you know, in the background forever. Whereas physicalism has pages and pages and pages of like material picking up, you know, physicalism, and it must be true in the end. So, but we've already talked about cultural biases, so
Yeah, this is normal. The Britannia was written in 20th century and changed since then. So it's a recent thing, and it reflects the current thought processes of our culture, as deluded as they are. So an encyclopedia will reflect the culture of the time. So this is not surprising. It doesn't mean much.
the online one too.
Yeah, which is updated more
Okay,
frequently. Yeah.
okay, yeah,
But make no mistake, things are changing. And Britannia encyclopedias are not the place. They're largely outdated. They're not the place to see the leading edge of where thought is going in our culture today. For things to appear in an encyclopedia, there has to be so much consensus and lack of polemic around them, while every discovery is polemical in the early days, or every remembrance is polemical in the early days. So encyclopedias are not the way to go. But if you look at the people actually working on the leading edges, things are so different now than they were 10, 15 years ago. The people that come here to my place um, to talk about these things, um, I've always respect their privacy, so I'm not going to name names. But if I were to name names, I would promise you'd recognize all of them. All of them would be recognized. You know exactly who these people are. Um, there is an openness, a cautious openness to having this discussion now that wasn't there before. Before, even people defending physicalism truly believed it. Now you see that some people who pay lip service to it are actually very much in doubt. And there are many other areas of human knowledge beyond philosophy in which there is a tremendous openness to idealism, almost an eagerness, like it is the only way to get out of the contradictions that we find ourselves in. Um, I can be open about some of it. People looking into the UAP phenomenon. Idealism is like, oh, it's a new path. It's like a breath of fresh air after these guys have been in a closed room without windows, breathing vicious air for years. And no, there is something that we can use now to entertain some other ideas to try to make sense of this stuff. In other areas of science, including physics, neuroscience is a big one where there is a lot of openness now. And the new generations, the young people finishing their first PhDs now, completely different way of thinking, a lot less prejudice, a lot more openness, a lot more reason driven thinking. as opposed to a need to defend earlier prejudices or defend a public persona or defend a certain image. You see that a lot less amongst young people now, thoughtful young people in academia today. I was surprised by this. I have this temptation to tell you a lot more, but I owe people to be discreet. But I've been invited to places that one, I never thought I would be invited to, and two, I never thought people would know about my work before I even spoke in those places. You know what I mean? That people would come to me and say, "Hey, Bernardo," and I'm like, "What?" Now, when you wrote that paper on this, and then, well, this guy read my stuff. And I'm sure it's not only to me that this is happening, but it's still largely invisible. And it will be still largely invisible for several more years. But in your lifetimes, my lifetime, physicalism won't be mainstream.
I'm optimistic. Dare I
yeah.
say, idealistic, you could say. No, but in a realistic sense, I believe it.
It
I'm
is
seeing the
changing.
change. It is. I've noticed
Yeah.
it. I've been an idealist for 10 years now, and I have seen the progression. It's definitely changing, not just in the academic world, but even in more in the online spheres, in more popular spheres and all that, in the forums, on Twitter, the social media stuff. So people are changing their minds, and I see that physicalism is just it's not equipped to handle it. So the more this gets exposed, the more views it gets, and people spread it more and more, it's pretty inevitable that the
Yeah.
physicalist paradigm is gonna have to go away.
Where you will not see this is some areas in Reddit where the more activist, zealot types are active. There is a segment of the physicalist community that overlaps a lot with the so-called skeptical community, and that stuff is not driven by reason and evidence at all. That's a form of activism that aims at taking revenge on one's former self. Usually, that's made up by people who used to be religious, who used to be very fundamentalist in religion, and had a skewed understanding of what religion is. As you guys know, I am very pro-religion. I'm not taking a shot at religion here, far from me. But some people who never understood religion but were forced to engage in religion when they were young, when they grow up, they have an axe to grind. And they also think that deeply inside, if you would do therapy with them, I think you would discover that they are ashamed of their former selves. They think of their former selves as stupid and naive. And the way to get one up on their former selves is to point out the stupidity and naiveness on everybody else. And the shortest path to achieving that is to become a skeptical physicalist and poo-poo and dismiss and make fun of everybody who is not adopting the mainstream view of the time, which regrettably still is physicalism. So that has nothing to do with science or philosophy or reason and evidence. That's a psychological thing. It's a purely psychological phenomenon. It's not about reason. And you will not change them. You cannot argue with those people. One example I loved the most, I once was granted the honor of being written about in the Skeptical Inquirer magazine. And it was based on a paper I published, and I published a summary on Scientific American, and it was about using dissociative identity disorder as a solution to the decomposition problem of idealism, and arguing that we can use that solution because it's an empirical fact. And then somebody wrote an article criticizing me on the Skeptical Inquiry, criticizing me, and the guy was a psychologist. And the criticism was the following: it's ridiculous to say that people with dissociative identity disorder have a deeper understanding of reality. Therefore, Bernardo is wrong.
What?
So what this person thought I was saying is that we need the condition, dissociative identity disorder, in ourselves so we can understand what's going on. Which, of course, was not at all the point. But the person was arrogant enough to think that his appalling and grotesque misunderstanding of what I was saying in a Scientific American article of 1,000 words only, that could be read and understood from beginning to end in 5 minutes. He was arrogant enough to perhaps look at the title and read the first 2 paragraphs and already think that he knew where I was going, and to think that I was stupid enough to put that idea forward, and then to write a criticism of it in the Skeptical Inquirer magazine. So this guy just, he destroyed the word skepticism because he associated it with grotesque levels of stupidity. And that's what you will see in many corners of the internet. So don't look to those to see a change of opinions, because what's happening there has nothing to do with reason and evidence, science and philosophy. What is happening there is the expression of a psychological mechanism that can even be explained and accounted for. Where you have to look to are people who are struggling to solve real problems, real questions, in neuroscience and in physics. Results, experimental results that are really discombobulating from physicalist perspectives. And these people, the ones who are intellectually honest and want to have an account of nature for themselves, regardless of what's happening in the public sphere, these are the people who are trying to find a way to make sense of things. And there is where the change is coming, the change is happening. And sometimes it's public, sometimes it's not, and sometimes it is in between. Sometimes people come out enough, like writing a paper about free will from a neuroscience perspective, but at the same time holding back enough to not run the risk of making the opposite mistake. In other words, realizing that a belief in physicalism was prejudiced to begin with, and then jumping too quickly to another belief, to the other extreme, say idealism, before pondering things for longer this time, before being more careful than they were when they were physicalists at first. And these are the best people. These are the people who understand that they have to change some of their assumptions, some of their tenets, their views, but are intellectually honest and self-observant and self-conscious enough to be careful about not making the same mistake again, just under another ism, another dualism, idealism, informationalism, whatever ism. These are the best people, the most reliable people. Unfortunately, they are not the most visible right now, precisely because they are being careful this time round. And then there are some other people who are old enough, who are lauded enough, who do not need anymore any confirmation from society to have high self-esteem. They have proven themselves enough. They have nothing to prove anymore. They have tenure and are retired. So they don't really care much what people think anymore. And they already have pondered these things long enough over the past 20 years, and they are ready to come out and say certain things. These are also very important, and they are out there, but they are not making a lot of noise. They're not beating their pans on their windows, if you know what I mean. They're publishing a book and not making much noise about it. And you should pay attention to the new crops of books every year from the big names. Pay attention to them. Pay attention to 2024. Pay attention to what some neuroscientists will be saying in book format in 2024. Read it. Don't expect there to be a lot of noise on Reddit and Facebook. That's not how they go about things, because they reach the point in life where they don't need that kind of stuff anymore. They feel an obligation to write down their current thinking, so their life is honest to their own intellectual evolution, so they don't leave the record incomplete with their earlier thinking if they already changed their minds. That's why they will write a new book, but they're not going to push it and do a million interviews. So you have to look. So make a list of the big names in foundations of physics, in the neuroscience of consciousness. Make a look, make a list. And every year go on Amazon and type in their names and see their latest output. And start from next year.
It's so encouraging to hear you say that because I've been through for years, I've been looking for idealists, and there's been times where you find a passage, you find a quote here and there, and you go, oh, hey, that's idealism. And they don't necessarily come out and say the words, I'm an idealist, this is idealism, but they are in substance saying that.
Yes,
And so sometimes you have to just connect the dots. And so it's comforting to know that that you see it too, you talk to them, and they're there. We're not going to say who they are, just,
totally.
for respect, for privacy, but they're there. So I hope in 2024 some of them do come out though and just say explicitly what they are, who they are. So I mean that they're
Many
in good
big,
company. I mean, there's no reason to be afraid. You guys can
some
come out and say it. We got
some
your
did
back.
come
I
out.
will defend you on Twitter. I got your back, bros.
Some did come out, but we don't make noise about it. It's like the don't look up syndrome. This is happening also in the UAP disclosure thing. Fantastic things have been disclosed already officially in writing, and people, oh, UAPs, yeah, yeah, whatever. And the same thing is happening. One of the 3 Nobel Prize winners of 2022 has come out. Read his study, read what he has said. He's not using the word idealism, and we shouldn't force them to use the words. Why? Because people like Sean Carroll and one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse,
Oh, like Sam Harris or something.
Sam Harris,
Yeah.
uh, by doing what these people are doing, they are creating a terrible straw man of idealism. They are associating the word with silliness. So, and some of these big names, they are coming out, but they don't want people to immediately misinterpret them as proposing silliness. So instead of using the word idealism or cosmopsychism, they just say what they think. They elaborate on it without putting a label on it. So you will not be able to do a Google search on idealism and find what they're writing or saying in interviews. But they are being open. They are saying it. It's better than to use a label. They are actually saying it. If people would just pay attention, but we don't live in a society that pays attention to this. We live in a society in which people are rewarded for coming to quick judgments. We live in a society in which people are rewarded for misinterpreting words, but immediately issuing an opinion before you have time to actually understand what the issue is. Our culture rewards all that. Social media rewards all that: noisiness, short-sightedness, ignorance, quick conclusions, carelessness. All of this is rewarded in social media culture, which reigns supreme today. So this stuff will not be visible, but just like UAP disclosure, which is right there. It's right there. Mind first ideas they're right there from big names, very, very, very big names, the greatest authorities. It's all right there, not under the label idealism. So, you will not be able to do a Google search on idealism, but if you search a little more carefully. So that's why I insisted on it earlier. Make a list of the big names and do a search on the names on Amazon every year, starting from 2024. And then read their stuff. Yes, it takes a little more time. You will not figure it out in the title of their books. Things will be more nuanced because that's how reality is. Reality is nuanced. Reality doesn't surrender to the coarse categories of left and right, that we try to squeeze everything into. So it takes a little more time to digest and to really see what they're saying, but it's worth it. It will cure you from the false idea that amongst the top intellectual names in the world today, physicalism is still mainstream. You'll be cured of that illusion. This was not an illusion 15 years ago. Right now, it's not quite true anymore. It's not really true anymore. If you look at the big names and the substance of what they are saying, physicalism is not really endorsed. Certainly not in a thoughtless, fully committed manner. You will see many big names at least expressing doubts, and some saying outright it's not the way to go. But they're not going to be using any ism word. They are going to describe and explain what they mean as opposed to labeling it. So it becomes less visible. Essential Foundation tries to make this stuff more visible, and often we succeed. We are publishing Federico Fagin's latest book next year, Irreducible. Federico Fagin is the inventor of the microprocessor and silicon gate technology. Without him, no telephones, computers, internet, none of that stuff. And he's an idealist, flat out idealist, uncompromising. And he's 82. He has already got, the highest medals you could get from US presidents for his contributions to science and technology. He has nothing to prove. He will forever be a god in the pantheon of science and technology. He is aware of it. So he doesn't care. He just says this stuff. But other people are more careful. Other people are getting tenure just now, or are retiring just now, becoming emeritus, and they're still careful. They don't want to be misinterpreted in the other way and being categorized with the New Agers, like that letter authored or at least signed by 100 people tried to make of Giulio Tononi and Christoph Koch and many others. Some people are still, to some degree, concerned that they could meet the same fate by big mouths, like big and incoherent mouths like Dennett and Churchland. And you have to accept and understand that we are all human beings. Not everybody has an independent foundation like I do. People still have bosses. They still have to be respected by their peers if they are going to keep their jobs and have salary increases and progress in their career. So they have social pressures that somebody like me doesn't have, because I have been very lucky in my life. It's useless to wish that everybody be as lucky. That's, if you get lucky, you have to thank God for it and be humble in your luckiness, but understand that other people are not that lucky and they have other constraints to deal with. So they are not going to come out as vociferously as I have been for the past 15 years. Even before I was a director of a foundation, I was in the corporate world, and I guarantee you the CEO of my company, the board of my company who I worked for, they didn't give a damn about my philosophical views, so long as I made them the millions and billions that they made. So I was always free to express my views very clearly and uncompromisingly. But most other people, especially in academia, are not. But things are changing.
Absolutely. Okay, yeah, so this is just further confirmation of an idea I've had for a while. There's more of us out there than people realize. There's a
Oh
lot more
yeah,
idealists than people notice. And if they don't want to call themselves that, it's okay. I don't want to bully them or like make fun of them or anything. If they don't want to use the words idealism or idealist, it's okay. I understand completely, especially for the practical reasons you mentioned before. But I do give credit to those like you who shine the light on it, who are explicitly calling yourselves that. I think that's going to be a big part of what will change the culture more. I think it's not just criticizing materialism, but replacing it with something better, giving people a solution. Here's the alternative. And you can give that solution without using the word idealism, of course. But I just think it's have you ever heard the word based before? Is this a slang word you've heard?
yeah. I have heard it.
Yes, you're
Yeah.
based. Yeah, people who actually call themselves it's just based. Okay, it's just cool to do it. Okay, you're a Chad if you do it. So it's just, and you're gonna have more street cred in my book. You still have cred if you don't. But it's just, it's like you will be remembered in history because idealism of the future. I mean, you will be remembered more fondly in the future by those who come after us and be like, oh, this is one of the OGs. This is one of the original idealists who fought back against the materialist culture that was destroying society. So I just want to encourage people that are in this position of not calling themselves that. I think you should. But if you don't, I'm not going to bully you for it. It's okay. I get it. I still got your
Well,
back.
some of them really want to be understood, and they think that putting a label on their message may lead people to derive conclusions about what they mean before they even read what they have to say, and therefore they rather not use the labels. Uh, I feel bad that I've been alluding to a number of things I cannot fully disclose already for several minutes.
Oh,
So
that's okay. No problem.
I felt I needed to disclose at least one. So I started searching my database. What can I disclose? And there is one thing I can say. because we recorded this in the understanding that it would be made public. And actually, the whole event was broadcast live. Essential Foundation organized a conference 2 weeks ago called Time and Mind, in which leading physicists, psychologists came to talk about the concept of time and how it relates to mind. And perhaps the keynote, most expected presentation, was by physicist Lee Smolin, who is a contender to the spot of most celebrated, respected physicist alive since the death of Stephen. So we will be publishing his talk soon. We already scanned it. We have the video. We have to edit it. We'll be publishing soon. So I invite everybody to watch Lee Smolin's talk in Essential Foundation's Time and Mind Conference 2023. It will be on YouTube in a few weeks. And just listen to him. Listen to what he has to say. Listen to how he will reply to certain questions that were asked by the online audience. And think, what label would you put on his position? He didn't use a label. He explained his thinking, how he sees physics today and its relationship to mind. And what does it mean to be a real present state of the cosmos? What is the essence and substance of a real present state in the cosmos? Listen to what he has to say. I'm not going to shove the word idealism in his mouth. He didn't produce that word himself. So why will I push him to produce that word? It doesn't matter. It's just a word. What matters is what he's saying. So I invite everybody to very carefully watch his presentation. I think it's public already for a few years that Lee had a diagnosis of Parkinson's a few years ago. That doesn't affect his intellect. Parkinson's doesn't affect your intellect. It's motor control. He's fine. But it may require a little more patience to follow his line of argument, because of course he cannot speak as fluently as he could speak before. So give him a little more patience, follow him, and he's clear enough. He's clear and explicit enough. You can't be more explicit than that. So have a look at that.
All right, I'm looking forward to checking that out when it comes out. Thanks for the scoop on that, the heads up there. We really appreciate that. So I guess, Kyle, if you want, I know there's a question about Tim Mullen. I think, is that what's up next there? Unless you had another thought you wanted to share.
No, it was just about that actually, but I just wanted to make sure we had enough to get in some of the Michael Levin work, and then the other two questions.
There's actually a lot of questions. I know we've been here for a while,
So
so we may need to save those questions for perhaps another time, depending on how much time Bernardo has.
I'm always willing to come back. Why don't you do the following? We do it until the top of the hour, and then it will be 4 hours, and then for the rest I come back. And I don't need to take 3 months to come back. I can come back sooner.
Okay, excellent. All right, that sounds good. So like
Excellent.
another like 15 minutes or so approximately. Okay. So yeah, well, by all means, Kyle, I know you've been muted for a bit. What question would you like to ask him or comment would you like to share?
I wonder if we can get Michael Levin's work in the next 15. So lately you've been talking to Michael Levin about his work, and there was a good one on Adventures in Awareness. But there's another talk you guys had, and I think it might be a bit of a problem for analytic idealism, because he has combinations of subjects building up into a larger emergent subject. So I just have a quick thing here for the audience. It says, so Michael Levin seems to be suggesting evidence against analytic idealism. The evidence being that we are made of compounding networks of lower subjects, such as cells, that create systems of varying complexity, which was found in his Xenobots experiments of combining the lower level subjects into a new, higher emergent unified subject. So we had like a liver and I think a piece of a heart, I think it was. They combined together. And then Michael Levin posits that a unified subjectivity seems more likely in these examples. But how does that work under your model? Yeah.
Excellent question. It's excellent that you asked me this question. The most straightforward way to reliable answer is to ask Michael. I think if you asked him that, he would say, and he has used these words, there is an overarching field that is already unified beforehand. So what we are calling unification is just undoing a dissociation. We are going back to a fundamental pre-existing state of unity. He has used this, for instance, to talk about cancer being a dissociative mechanism, which it could have been my words, right? It could have come out of my mouth. So he thinks that the way to approach cancer, a more promising way next to undoing genetic mutations and killing the cells, he said that even cancerous cells that have many, many mutations and are already completely different from the cells of the body, you can still bring them back in line with the global harmony of the body if they join that field. So he's always talking about fields and dissociations and reassociations within the field, but his starting point is not the starting point of the it's a type of panpsychism, bottom-up panpsychism. No, I forgot the term.
Panpsychism?
Huh?
Constitutive.
Constitutive panpsychism. His starting point, the starting point of a constitutive panpsychist is that the subjectivities associated with the different elementary particles are fundamentally distinct. In other words, they are not dissociations from a unified field. They are fundamentally distinct. And the problem, the combination problem, is how you can achieve the illusion of a unitary consciousness if you start from fundamentally distinct subjects. I do not think Michael Levin makes the assumption of fundamentally distinct microsubjects to begin with. So it's a completely different way of reasoning from the get-go. Michael's talking about fields, which are fundamentally holistic entities. The difference between a field and a body is precisely the holistic, pervasive nature of fields. That's how Michael Faraday conceived of them in the early 19th century, and that's how they are used in quantum field theory to this day. The first one to think of fields in terms of morphogenesis was actually Rupert Sheldrake, some 30 odd years ago, maybe even 40 years ago. And Michael maybe has a more in-depth, more rigorous, more worked out idea of how to apply fields in morphogenesis. In other words, how form arises in living beings, even though DNA only makes proteins. DNA alone only explains how you manufacture the bricks, but it doesn't in itself explain how you put the bricks together to form Cologne's cathedral. And that's the problem of morphogenesis, and you can try to approach it from a fields perspective, which is what Rupert did and what Michael's trying to do today in a more advanced, rigorous and explicit way. But the very notion of fields is already in contradiction with the idea that elementary subatomic particles have individual microsubjectivities fundamentally separate from the others. There is no field structure in that. And that's one of the key shortcomings of constitutive panpsychism. It doesn't import a proper understanding of physics today. It misunderstands particles for little marbles. That's not what particles are in foundations of physics. Maybe solid state physicists can think of particles that way, but people working in high energy physics, in foundations of physics, they know that particles are just ripples in a field. So that lack of understanding is what leads the panpsychist into the combination problem. It's the notion that you're dealing with marbles as opposed to fields, and that's not a mistake Michael makes. That's not a mistake Michael makes. Within the context of analytic idealism, there is no reason why we wouldn't be able to undo dissociations. So if life is a dissociation from an underlying unified field of subjectivity, so you have liver cells here and heart cells there, and they are dissociated. But if they are still whirlpools in the same river, there is no fundamental problem like there is in the combination problem of panpsychism when it comes to undoing the dissociation. Under analytic idealism, a dissociation happening and unhappening are equivalent. If one is possible, the other is. So if you are a dissociated complex of mind at large, it is not incoherent, may not be practically possible, but it's not incoherent to think that at some point in the future, biological technology will reach a point where two human beings could be authentically merged into a single alter. Nothing in analytic idealism would preempt that in principle. It may not be practicable, in practice possible, but it's not incoherent under analytic idealism. And therefore, chimeric organisms are possible. Some cats are the results of two different embryos merging. So if it was a dissociation that formed those embryos, it's equally coherent to think that they can reassociate with one another in a partial undoing of the dissociation. So all of this is possible under the understanding that the whole thing, the dissociations and the reassociations, are happening in a unitary field. Because if you don't have that, then you have the combination problem. And you will find the word field coming out of Michael Levin's mouth very frequently. So it's not like that this has been lost on him, if you know what I mean. Now, more specifically, one of the arguments I make against panpsychism is that the panpsychist insists in regarding our consciousness as composite, as made of parts, because we seem to be made of parts. Our brains seem to be made of multiple neurons. And my criticism of that is that neurons are not parts. They would be parts if we arose when neurons crawled together and piled on top of one another to form our brain. Then yes, we would be composite organisms. But that's not what happens. We start as a unity, an embryo, a zygote. And that unity simply creates internal structure as it grows. What we call cell division is a sort of a fractal process of inner complexification, inner structuring, because the zygote is one cell. All it knows how to be is one cell. So if it needs to complexify itself internally, the only template it can apply to create internal structure is that the one thing it knows how to be, which is a cell. So it creates internal structure in the form of so-called cells through mitosis, cell division. And my point is that does not imply that we are composite. We are still that zygote. We are still that unitary organism, but one that through growth and this fractal inner complexification has created internal structure. That doesn't mean that we are composite, and therefore it doesn't mean that our consciousness needs to be composite. Now, Michael's point does not refute or contradict this at all. The fact that we can enforce a reassociation and create chimeric organisms doesn't mean that we human beings were created that way. We were not created in a laboratory. We are not chimeras. Michael did not put together a human being, put me together that way, or you together that way. We grew from a unitary zygote. So even if a forced reassociation, artificial, can be done, which is completely consistent with analytic idealism in the context of a unified underlying field, even admitting that that's possible, that you can create chimeras like that, that doesn't mean that we were created like that. We weren't. So that point bears no relevance at all to my argument against constitutive panpsychism, which regards us as composite organisms. We are not. We could be. There is nothing under analytic idealism that precludes the possibility that a chimeric human being could be created in the future. It could. If you believe in analytic idealism, you got to grant that this is possible. For the same reason that dissociation is possible, partial association should be possible too. But the fact that this could be possible doesn't mean that we are like that today. We are not. And therefore, our consciousness today is not composite. And therefore, the motivation for the panpsychist does not apply. We are not made of fundamentally distinct cells. Our internal cells are recursive, fractal applications of one template. The one template our zygote knew how to be. So it applies that in order to create inner structure. That's why we speak of neurons. But we weren't created by 1,000,000,000 cells piling on top of one another to create a human being. No, one zygote created inner structure in a fractal sense to form us. So we are today as unitary as we were when we were a zygote. Therefore, we have no reason to think that our consciousness is compound, as the panpsychist likes to think of it. And even though there could be composite chimera human beings in the future with unified consciousness, because that's also allowed under analytic idealism, it's not the case for us today. And so my argument still holds.
Okay, because I was running with this logic the other night, and if you did say you had constitutive panpsychism, for example, consciousness is an irreducible part of matter, you could say. Well, those we say the combination gives way to parts, the parts give way to particles to fields reduce down to one field, and it collapses into analytic idealism.
Exactly.
So,
and we will get there.
Yeah.
But right now we are still at 17 quantum fields. So there are 17 parts to the universe. The problem is that we have all 17 spanning our bodies, yours and mine. The same quantum fields span your body and mine. So panpsychism, even if it were true, would not be able to account for why you have a mind seemingly distinct from mine, because the same quantum fields span you and me, your body and my body, whatever you may be in the universe. The quantum fields are not spatially bound. So yeah, so constitutive panpsychism is just false. It's a done deal. I don't think it's something still to be debated in philosophy, because it assumes something we already know is not true, which is the marble-like nature of particles. That's not what particles are. We have known that since the 1940s, since Richard Feynman and quantum field theory, or quantum electrodynamics, which became quantum field theory.
I guess we'll have to carry on the rest of Michael Levin's work, a couple other pieces too, in a future episode, maybe.
Let's finish Michael's work, and then we take on the rest a couple of weeks from now.
Oh, okay, great.
Okay, so you have the Xenobots maybe seemingly combining and decombining, you could say, under analytic idealism. So the possible follow-up is that, okay, let's say there is combination. Is that each cell is a dissociative alter then, right?
I don't think the Xenobots, the ones made with frog cells,
yeah.
I don't think they are reassociated. I don't think they have unitary consciousness. I think the cells are just doing what they would do anyway, but they are just structurally arranged in a manner
like an aggregate?
Yeah, they are aggregates. I think Xenobots are aggregates. I don't think they follow a coherent field-like plan. But I think I do believe Michael will be able to achieve that. He will be able to create chimeric organisms that follow a unitary field-like plan. And why do I think that? Well, because nature already makes chimera. Cats can be chimeric. If you find a cat that the left half is black and the right half is ginger, that's a chimeric cat. It's two sets of DNA in there. They were two embryos that merged and started following a unitary global plan, even though the proteins they make on each half are different. So the cat gets different colors. But I don't think the cat has split consciousness. A chimeric cat has a unitary consciousness. And look, if you're analytic idealism, you have to accept the possibility of that. Because the same reasoning that allows you to accept that dissociation can happen in one mental field, one field of subjectivity, that same reason tells you that the reverse process should be possible too. Right? Because both are epiphenomenal. So if you can dissociate epiphenomenally, why wouldn't you be able to undo that? You have to accept that possibility of chimeric organisms. And there are chimeric cats. So I don't think that frog cell Xenobots have unified consciousness. I don't think so. But I do think Michael will get there. Yeah. And I do think it's possible to cure cancer by undoing the dissociation that creates cancer to begin with, irrespective of the genetic mutations that are fully penetrant. You probably can't undo them, but you still can force that into a reassociated state, because our normal cells, non-cancerous cells, also have genetic variation. We don't have exactly the same DNA everywhere, because through mitosis, some errors are made that don't lead to cancer because they don't affect, for instance, the self-destruction mechanism of cells. Some mutations don't affect that. So the cell, if it becomes too mutated, it self-annihilates. But we have mutant cells all the time, and still they are all obeying a global plan. So I do think the way to cure cancer is the way Michael is going after it. It's not to annihilate everything. It is to coax everything back into an associative state. And I think evidence shows us that can be achieved even with fully penetrant genetic mutations, because they would just make the wrong kinds of bricks, but the bricks will not be used in a destructive way. They will be dealt by our organism's waste disposal system, our lymph system. So yeah, I have high hopes for Michael's work when it comes to curing cancer, because I think he's the only researcher today that I know of that is looking at it from the right perspective, from what I consider to be the right perspective. And he has the skills, he has the tools, he has the people, he has the financing, he has the access. I'm betting big on the guy. Yeah, I have high hopes for him.
Two last things on Michael Levin's work. It's memories. You guys touched on that. He thinks his arguments and evidence for the brain not holding memories is devastating for people who hold that view. Like you had the planaria one, as well as eyeballs attached to tails. They had no connection, but they could see. Like, that's incredible. So I guess the question here was, memories not in the brain, but seemingly have a bodily correspondence, or is like the brain separated throughout the body, you could say, or is it something external? Not like a platonic sense, but
I can tell you my speculative bet. I'll start with the less speculative bet, and then I'll tell you what the fully speculative bet is. Some things in the body are pretty important for us to access memories. That's pretty clear. If you bring a scalpel to your hippocampus, there will be a number of things you'll not be able to remember anymore. But many people confuse access to memory with memory storage. And that's because of the metaphor of the day. The metaphor of the day, because we have these little flash drives that we stick into a USB port and we put files on them. And the files are then the configurations of microscopic switches that can be open and closed. So you keep a copy of a file in a flash-based memory stick. That's the metaphor of the day. So we like to think of memory as little files that are actually copies of past states. Now, we experienced past states, we create a copy of them, and we store them in switches somewhere in our brain, just like you make a copy of a file in your flash drive. And then that's the metaphor of the day. So that's what is people understand the quickest, even though it's absolutely wrong, given the empirical evidence. That's not how things work. Nobody has ever found that file of past states, a copy of past states stored somewhere in your brain. People tried to do that with rats decades ago. I think in the 60s and 70s, they trained rats to navigate a maze, and then they started slicing off parts of the rat's brain that weren't necessary for locomotion. So the rat could still navigate the maze. And the rats remembered how to navigate the maze. Up to 90% of those structures sliced off. And they couldn't slice off more, because then the rat would die or not be able to move anymore. So there would be, you couldn't go further. But they eliminated a lot of possibilities by slicing off many parts of the brain, and the rat could still remember it. So there was no file, no copy of past states stored in the states of neurons in those parts of the brain. We know that. And then Michael comes and trains planaria to navigate a kind of maze, a sort of structured bottom of an aquarium. and then slices off the heads of the planaria, and the entire nervous system of the planaria is in the head. All neurons are in the head. And the planaria don't die when you decapitate them. They grow new heads. And lo and behold, the new heads or the new planaria, after growing new heads, still remembered how to navigate the maze. So those memories were not in any neuron. What this is, and then at the same time, we know that if dementia starts affecting hippocampus and some strategic areas of the brain, you cannot remember things. So what this is telling us is that memories are not stored in the brain, but there are access mechanisms that correlate with brain structure. So even though the memories are not there, if you impair the access mechanisms, the result will be that you cannot access that data, which is not in the brain, but you can't access it anyway if you impair the brain enough or in the right way. So this is my first not too speculative hypothesis. Memories are not in the brain, but brain nervous system structures correlate with access pathways. If you impair those, you will be impairing your ability to access those memories, which are not in the brain. Now, where are they then? What is the right way to think of memories? Well, clearly, to think of memories as files which contain copies of past states as present states, that's the wrong way to go about it, because experimentation tells us this is not what's going on. So what are memories? Here's my view. And now it's speculative. It's educated, but quite speculative. As an idealist, as a Kantian, as a Schopenhauerian, I think time and space are categories of perception. They are the way we organize the information we collect about the world. It's like the rows and columns in a library. That's what time and space is. It's how we organize the drawers in which we put information we collect about the world to avoid cognitive overload. In other words, time and space are in here. They are cognitive categories. They are not an invisible fundamental scaffolding of the world out there. And by the way, physics is going the same way. There are physicists today who would say space-time is doomed. They are not primary, they are emergent, and they are associated with cognition. So I think nature as it is not a bunch of things distributed in a fundamental scaffolding of space-time. I think nature has structure, but it's cognitive structure outside space-time. It's a database of meaning associations that does not require extension. And when we interact with nature, we collect information about that database across a dissociative boundary. But to prevent cognitive overload, since alters are small cognitively, they can be overloaded. To prevent that overload, we organize the information we gather about that non-extended cognitive database. We organize that information in the form of space-time. In other words, space-time are the dimensions of the dials in the dashboard. They are the scales of the dials on the dashboard. They are something we create in order to organize data. We impose that on the data in order to organize it in a way that allows us to survive most effectively. Now, what are memories? Memories is the word we use when we access past states, right? That's what memories are. If memories are not copies of past states in the present, and research shows us, empirical research shows us that that's not what memories are. They are not little files stored in the brain whose states have copied previous past states. If that's not what memories are, we still have to link them to past states, because that's what the word memory implies. It's an access to past states. Maybe it's a direct access, not an access through the intermediation of a copy in the form of a little file in your brain. Perhaps, although cognition imposes space-time, so let's not talk now only about time. Let's forget space for a moment. Cognition imposes time on us, but time is created here. It's created in our minds. It's our cognitive mechanism. It's not out there. If time is not out there, then past and future states out there have the same ontic status as present states, because there's no time out there. The past, the present, and the future, they're all out there. There's no time out there. Time is in here. We impose it. Memory is when we relax that imposition. and we allow ourselves access to past states because it's useful. If we would allow ourselves access to all past states, we would go into a seizure. It's absolutely useless to access past states in the same way we access present states. Otherwise, that car that crashed into you 10 years ago is crashing into you right now. And it is indistinguishable from another car that might crash into you today if you don't pay attention. You see, that's completely dysfunctional to survival, to access all past states in the same way that we are accessing what we call present states. It's useful to not allow full access to past states and future states. If you knew the future, how different would life be? Maybe it wouldn't even be life as we know it. So for life as we know it to exist, we need to exclude those two and prevent that kind of cognitive overload. If you see the car that's going to crash into you 10 years from now, in the same way that you see the car that may crash into you today, you're gonna get confused. But sometimes it's important to remember. Sometimes it's useful to remember. So what I think is going on here is not that we have a copy of past states in our brain. All states are out there at all times, past, future, and present. We have evolved a cognitive system that prevents cognitive overload by creating this distinction between past, present, and future. But when it is useful to let go of this distinction, to not enforce this distinction, then we can direct access a past state again because it's useful. So a memory is not a copy through the intermediation of file systems in your brain. A memory is a direct access to a past state, which is allowed to when that constraint imposed by evolution is relaxed, because there is fundamentally no distinction between past states, present, and future states out there. The distinction is in here. So we relax that constraint sometimes when it is useful, and we enforce it the rest of the times because most of the times it's not useful. Most of the times you have to keep your eyes on the ball right now and not get overwhelmed by the past and the future. That's, I think, what's going on. Now, a criticism that can be raised against it is that if I were right, then all memories would have to be perfect. And we know that we misremember things a lot. Now, that's not a valid criticism because the last time you remembered something, that too is a past state. So let's say you remember your first kiss. Like my kiss, I was 6 years old when I stole a kiss from a girl in primary school. And then I am 20 and I remember that kiss again. But of course, that experience of remembering, which is a direct access to the past state, to the kiss, that experience never happens in isolation. It's always colored by your context, by the experience you just had before, by the thoughts you have today, your emotional state today. So that direct access to the past gets conflated with all kinds of other experiences of the moment when I was 20 years old. And now I'm 40 years old, and I try to remember my past kiss. Am I accessing that original past state, or am I now accessing the state corresponding to my remembrance of my first kiss when I was 20? Know what I mean? Because that too is a past state from the perspective of the 40-year-old. And so when we remember, memory is not reliable because we may be accessing any of an untold number of past states and not the original one that you're trying to remember, because they all cognitively evoke one another because of similarities. Remembering my past kiss is very similar to remembering the remembering of my past kiss and the past kiss. They all have similar cognitive and emotional content. So they evoke one another, and you access memory through a chain of evocations. So just as well as you can evoke the original past state of the kiss, you might evoke the remembering of the past kiss, or the remembering of the remembering of the remembering of the past kiss. And these other states are colored by the other states of their respective presence, the thoughts of the time, the wishes of the time, the gullibility of the time, you know. So no, memory is not reliable, but that doesn't mean that memories are not a direct access to past states. And I think that's my speculation. I think what we call physical things are present states. Physical, because can you give me the past? Can you hand me over the past? Or can you point to the future and say, there is the future, look. So there is no physical correlation between past states in the present and between future states in the present. They don't have a physical representation, right? We only have physical representations of the present. And that's why you will not find memories in the brain, because the brain is a set of physical states, states of the present. And yes, you can measure your brain activity when you're remembering your first kiss, and you can compare that to the brain scan you allowed to be taken when you're actually having your first kiss. But the remembering is a present state. The first kiss is not. What causes the brain activity that's similar to the brain activity when you had your first kiss is the remembering. That remembering is a direct access to the past state, but the experience of the past through memory, that itself is a present state. So you can find the active remembering in the brain, but you cannot find the file that can evoke the active remembering. In other words, your brain lights up the same way it lit up when you were a kid. But how does the brain know how to light up in the same way that it did when you were a kid? This how does the brain know will not be found in the brain, because it's not a present state, it's a direct access to the past. But the experience of the memory, yet that we have an image, because it is a present state. You are experiencing your memory now. You see, there is subtlety and nuance to what I'm trying to say. So I'm trying to be explicit and clear. So that's why I think you will never find memories. Memories are direct access. The information in a memory is a direct access to a past state. And physical things are only representations of present states. You only ever find the present in physics. You never find the past in physics. You cannot make a measurement of a past state. You can only extrapolate to the past and infer the future, but you cannot measure the past and measure a future state. They don't have physical correlates, and a memory is a direct access. And why? How are we time machines? Is our cognitive system a miraculous time machine that can go back to the past? No, there is no past out there. That's the thing. We're not traveling to the past because there is no past out there. There is no future out there. There is only the cognitive structure of reality. Past and future are categorizations that our cognitive system imposes on our data about reality. It's how our cognitive system organizes its data about reality. So there is no magical time travel here. It's only our cognitive system relaxing one of its own impositions on itself. Because the inaccessibility of the past is not out there in nature, it's imposed here. And here we relax that imposition in order to access past states. You see what I mean? So there is no time travel, there is no magic. It's just our own filters relaxing themselves when it's useful to do so.
Fascinating. I'll have to rewatch that again. This is the last question, but Emma, is it possible if we just after we end the show, we just say bye off the recording, make a date, and then
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, that'd be great.
Okay. So the last one, this is Michael Levin's last one. It's general anesthesia. So he thinks it's the best way to study consciousness because it's a gap juncture disruptor. So it eliminates the signals between cells, so that the communication between them is silenced. This does imply he's saying it's a combining system. It sounds like maybe the consciousness goes back into the cells, or the consciousness is a process of the cells communicating at some point, but I'm not sure. What's your take on that? And then I'll just finish up with that and then we're done.
I don't think neurons are microscopic subjects like the constitutive panpsychist would say. I don't think that's what's going on. I think the consciousness of a human being is unitary. In other words, it's one dissociative. Well, the egoic conscious of a human being is unitary, because there are also mental processes corresponding to liver and kidney function. Those are dissociated from the ego. But our ego consciousness, which we normally refer to as our consciousness, that's unitary, under anesthesia or otherwise. And neurons are not proper parts, neurons are not subjects, but they do betray structure. The fact that we can delineate neurons and say, here's one neuron, here is another, shows that there is structure to the experiential contents of the ego. In other words, we are not experiencing an amorphous goo right now. There are different qualities of experience in our minds at all times. There is structure to the experience of the ego. There are things, there are events, there are people, emotions, feelings, all kinds of different things that can be discerned from one another, which shows that the experience of the ego has structure. To me, what we call neurons is a representation of the experiential structure of the ego. The neurons and its activity, in their activity, the patterns of brain activity across neurons is a dashboard representation of the qualitative structure of egoic experience. You see what I mean? So neurons are not subjects, they are pixels in a portrait that represents the experiential contents of the ego. Anesthesia, what it does, it enforces, I have the word decoherence now, but it's not the proper neuroscience word for this. It prevents a coherent coupling of neuronal activity. In other words, it becomes noisy. Some forms of anesthesia basically inject noise into the brain, so you don't have this functional connectivity between different brain regions, activity in different brain regions that normally characterize the egoic experience. That becomes diffuse and uncorrelated. That means that if you take neuronal activity to be a representation of egoic inner experience, that means that the egoic inner experience will also be incoherent internally. It will be diffuse. It will not form clear boundaries. You will not be able to discern between different experiential contents. You see what I mean? And that is what the removal of the pain looks like, because pain is a very sharply discernible content of experience, very discernible from everything else. If you are in pain, your focus goes to the pain. It becomes sharply delineated. It glows. It's high resolution. It's 4K television at maximum contrast. It's very sharply delineated. How do you deal with pain then? Well, you eliminate that sharpness. You make it diffuse. You prevent this functional connectivity from creating these sharp outlines. And that's similar to what people who can use hypnosis instead of anesthesia, that's what happens to them. The hypnosis prevents their metacognition from zooming in like a microscope, like a laser, into the pain and amplifying it and delineating its boundaries very sharply. The hypnosis sort of makes it diffuse and flowing, and therefore it loses the character of pain. It becomes diffuse, diluted in a sea of other experiences. How would that look like on the dashboard? Well, it would look like neurons that are firing more or less randomly. There's a lot of noise in that environment, so no delineation, no functional connectivity emerges with sharp boundaries. So that's what I think is going on there. And that none of this has to do with neurons decoupling from one another and becoming their own subjects. I don't think that's what's happening at all.
That's really good, because it addresses the networks, why they're, like you said, it's very noisy. And then that also addresses one of the concerns someone had too about, well, why don't I remember anything during anesthesia? Well, at the beginning you said that, and there's a lot of evidence for it. It kind of destroys the memory, but you were
Well, it's not
experiencing.
only evidence for it. Anesthesia is designed for
Yeah,
it. There is a drug in there that's meant to do this.
yeah. So you could have experienced everything, but just to tie up, they said, so under analytic idealism, knowing in this life, because they're just trying to make it like anesthesia in a sense, or kind of like death, I think. Knowing in this life is different than when disassociation ends. I could die here, know about this life among all others, and then be revived moments later. Upon revival, I am then cut off from all the knowledge when the dissociation boundaries are back up, and would remember none of it or say nothing happened when in fact a lot did. So disassociation takes care of that. And then what you just talked about with the seeming combiningness, which is just network structures and they're not actually decombining. It addressed everything. So yeah, awesome.
Yeah, let me just make a brief comment about anesthesia. I don't want people to misunderstand me. I'm not suggesting that you actually experience the pain of being cut open during surgery and you just don't remember it afterwards. No, pain correlates with all kinds of physiological signals like heart rate, blood pressure, which are all monitored. So I do think you are experiencing during general anesthesia, but whatever it is that you are experiencing, it's not pain. Because we would know that. They are monitoring all the physiological signs of distress and pain, and people don't have those. If people start manifesting those, they stop. They will stop surgery, and then they'll bring you back. So no, you're not going to be in pain during surgery. You will be in a kind of reverie state, and you will not remember those reveries when you come back, because there is a drug in the cocktail that is meant to do exactly that, and it's designed for it. Now, this idea, this link between lack of memory and dissociation, which is a powerful link. Dissociation, in a sense, is an absence of memory. We don't remember that we are the whole of nature while we are in a dissociative state. The boundaries between alters is a boundary of memory. Some alters don't remember the trauma that the host personality suffered. And that's why dissociation is a defense mechanism against trauma. It's a response to trauma. Not only is the argument that you just mentioned, I think, correct. We can disassociate, become the universe again, and the moment we reassociate, if the only memories we have are the memories that we had when we were still an alter, it will still be an alter without a clue. That applies to time travel as well. And for this, you should look at another talk by another physicist in the Essentia Foundation 2023 conference, which will be publishing in the next weeks. Maybe if people are watching this in the future, it will already be online. But the thought is the following. The way science fiction portrays time travel is completely inaccurate. It's not time travel at all. Because, when Marty goes back to the past, Marty goes back to the 1950s with the memories he had in the 1980s. So he didn't go to the past. Know what I mean? Because to really go to the past means that you reconstitute all the states of the past without any other states. That is time travel. And what this means is that we may be time traveling all the time without a clue, because every time we go to the future, we will suddenly acquire the memories we are supposed to have in that future. And we will not know that we came from the past. We will have memory of all the intermediate years. Since the point with time travel, the memories we would have had in the intervening time, we will have when we arrive in the future. So it will look like we just lived our lives normally, not that we time traveled. And if you go back to when you were 5 years old, if you truly time travel, you will not have any memory of a time when you were older than 5 years old. Otherwise, you didn't time travel, right? Otherwise, you're going forward in time, but just sort of into a different timeline where you're a kid again. But that's not true time travel. If you truly time travel to the time when you were 50 years old, you have only the memories you had when you're 50 years old, and you will not know that you time traveled. Everything will feel as though you just are living your life. So in all cases, it always feels as though we are just living our lives, and we are not time traveling, and we are not being anybody else. Well, in fact, there may be no time at all, which is the same as to say we're time traveling all the time. To say that you're time traveling all the time is to say that there is no time, because you make the concept irrelevant. It has no operational or conceptual use. And since we now know that if we are time traveling all the time, it would feel to us exactly the way it feels right now, then you might as well be time traveling all the time. In other words, there might as well be no time at all. It's not useful. It's not a useful concept. And you can rewrite all the equations of physics without T. Julian Barbour did that 23 years ago, and he showed exactly that. So yeah, that's my comment.
Okay, and on that, is there any other comments or questions that anybody else has at this point? Or I guess, is this the end of the journey? Yeah, Kyle, anything?
Yeah, I guess we'll wait for the rest for part two, and we'll figure that after we're done recording. So
Okay, then I guess I'll just close. Thank you everybody for listening to this and watching it. And a special thank you to Bernardo Kastrup. We really appreciate you have taking the time to be here. It's always an honor to have you on the channel and to get to speak with you. So we appreciate you. Thank you.
My pleasure. Always a pleasure to be here.
Excellent. All right, everybody. Have a great night. Peace.